Hi, Rochelle. Please reshare the slide.
Good morning, everybody. Notice is hereby given that in terms of Section 19 of the Local Government Municipal Systems Act 2000, that an ordinary municipal council meeting will be held virtually 26 June 2025 at 10 o'clock, and we are at 10 o'clock. May I ask Councillor Shorter to open for us?
Good morning, councillors, and good morning, everyone. Can we bow our heads in prayer? Heavenly Father, we come before you today. As we're about to start the council meeting, we're asking for your guidance. We're asking for wisdom so that we can lead our communities with clarity. We can lead our communities with honesty. May all the decisions that we are going to take in this meeting today be guided by your will. And may all the decisions that we will take today serve the best interests of our community. I pray for unity. I pray for collaboration amongst all of the people that have been elected to lead communities so that we can do a better job. We all ask this in your Son's name, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Thank you very much, Councillor Shorter. I am going to move over to do roll call. Councillor Alexander, are you present? Councillor Alexander? I will come back. Councillor August? Councillor August, are you present? Councillor Benson, are you present?
I'm present, Speaker. Thank you. Good morning to all.
Thank you very much. Honourable Mayor Borman, are you present?
Morning, Speaker. I'm present.
Thank you. Welcome. Councillor Glutlu?
Present, Speaker. Good morning, everyone.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Foley?
Good morning, Speaker. I'm present.
Thank you. Councillor Gertenbach?
Good morning, Speaker. I'm present.
Thank you very much. Councillor Kanuza?
Morning, Speaker Ndikhona.
Thank you. Welcome. Councillor Haystack?
Good morning, Speaker. Present.
Thank you. I have received notice from the MM's desk that Councillor Heman has been determined, his position is no more there. So he's not part of council until the IEC and the Patriotic Alliance sends us a new person. So he's not here. Deputy Mayor Jantjies, are you present?
Good morning, Honourable Speaker and all members of Council. I am here. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mbandana, are you present? Councillor Mbandana, are you present?
I'm struggling, Honorable Chair. Good morning, everyone. Here and there, but I'm present.
Welcome. Thank you. Councillor Mabuku, are you present?
Good morning, Speaker. I'm present.
Welcome. Thank you. Councillor Murray?
Morning, Speaker. Present.
Thank you. I have received an apology from Councillor Nasalani, so he's absent. Councillor Nichols, are you present?
Good morning, Speaker. I'm present.
Thank you. And then I've also received an apology from Kilishani. He's also absent today. And I'm moving to Councillor Tiwani. Are you present?
Good morning, Speaker. I am present, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. And then I've also, Councillor Shorter prayed for us. Welcome you here. And then I've also received an apology from Councillor Oliphant. Then to the next one, Councillor Peterson, are you present?
I take up the council. Speaker, if we continue to ask stupid questions, we'll get stupid responses.
Thank you, Councillor. I can see you and you are present.
Point of
Councillor-
order, Chair.
Sorry, guys, there's no point of order. I'm busy with roll call. Councillor Ruth, are you present?
Good morning, Speaker and all councillors. I'm present.
Thank you very much. Councillor Stearman.
Good morning, Speaker and everyone. I'm present. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Volji. Councillor Volji. Councillor, I can see you in the meeting, but we'll come back again. I see you struggling to unmute yourself. I'll come back to you. Councillor van der Linde, are you present?
Honorable Mayor, Honorable Speaker, all colleagues, I'm present.
Thank you very much. Councillor van Niekerk.
Present, Speaker.
Thank you. Alderman Williams.
Good morning, Speaker. I'm present.
Thank you. Councillor Yali, are you present?
Enkosi kakhulu Somlomo, mandithathe ithuba ndizibulisele nami kwisigqeba namalungu kweli bhunga laseKruger. Ewe, ndikhona.
Thank you, Councillor. You're present. Councillor Zona also send us an apology now. I'm just quickly going to run through the councils before I do the administration. Councillor Alexander, are you present?
Good morning, Speaker. Apologies, I'm just logged in onto my phone. I will change from the devices as soon as my account is unlocked. I'm present. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor August, are you present?
Honourable Speaker, apologies for having logged on late. We've had a 4-day water crisis, which is fortunately now, it looks like it's been solved. I'm present. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. And then I'm going to go to Councillor Volji. Are you present? Councillor, I just heard a bit of you. Your sound is a bit, did I hear correctly? You are online, but you're battling with...
Yes, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Thank you for being here. Then I'm going to move over to the administration. Du Plessis. Mr. Du Plessis, are you present?
Yes, good morning, Speaker. I'm present. Please note that I have to excuse myself at 12:30 for a personal of private matter, as I've informed you prior to the meeting. Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you, After my roll call, I will ask for nominations for acting after this, after my roll call. Then I move over to Deputy De Jager. Are you present?
Morning, Speaker. I am present.
Thank you very much. CFO Lordgaard, are you present?
Good morning, Speaker. Present.
Thank you. Director Makalesi, are you pregnant?
Good morning, Speaker. I'm present. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Ramakawela, are you present?
Morning, Speaker. I am present.
Thank you. Director De Kok, are you present?
Good morning, Speaker and everyone. I'm present. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Madat, are you present? Director Madat, are you present? Director, I did hear a bit something and then you were breaking away. Director, your signal is very bad. I can see you all logged in. Okay, Director, you are in, but I suggest you move to somewhere that your signal is a bit better when your items come up. Mrs. Opperman is sitting with me. Okay, Director Madat, I see you are present. Thank you for in the box. Mrs. Opperman is sitting with me, and I have Community Services Swarts, and Miss Julius is also with me, and Mrs. Rousseau is also sitting with me. So they are all present. Before we move to the next item, I would like to ask for nomination for acting MM. Are there any nominations for acting MM when Mr. Du Plessis needs to leave later this afternoon? Councillor Foley.
Thank you, Speaker. I propose that Mr. De Jager acts as MM when Mr. Du Plessis has to leave the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Ruth.
Speaker, I would second Councillor Foley's proposal.
Thank you very much. Councillor Peterson, do you have a recommendation or a proposal?
Yes, thank you, Speaker. My nomination will always be transformative. And for that reason, I nominate the Director Ramakuela so that we can at least have a black MM, even if it's temporary. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you for your selection. Councillor Yali, are you proposing this?
No, Chair, sorry, Speaker, my hand was up way before Councillor Paul. I just wanted to check a clarity, Speaker. Since when we were doing a roll call, you had the voice of the DMM. So when the MM is apologizing that he's going to leave, since we've got the DMM, doesn't it is the responsibility just to assume that of the MM when he's not around? Was there a need for us to go for a nomination? I just wanted to check that one, Speaker. Thank you very much. Since we've got the presence of DMM.
Yes, it's usually the process, but I feel like that we need to vote on that as council. So there's provision in the policy, but I just felt let's have a vote on that. So we're all on the same page on that as council. Councillor Mambandana, your hand is up as well.
Thank you, Speaker, Honorable Speaker. I'm actually echoing the sentiment of the Ngonyama Councillor Peterson that at least at this moment we need to be transformative as Gouga. We can't be stuck on one race. We should be actually be looking at other race. I'm seconding his proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. So I have two proposals for acting Deputy MM or when Mr. Du Plessis needs to leave later in the meeting. I've got Deputy MM De Jager, and I've got it proposed and second, and I've got Director Ramakuela also proposed and second. Could I ask the administration to prepare a poll so we can vote on that? The poll is up. Please, councillors, vote.
Let's see how open we are to transformation.
Please, councillors, cast your vote. Administration, has everybody voted or abstained? Everybody's voted. Could you please give me the numbers, administration? Yes, the administration, you can end the poll if everybody voted.
In favor, 18
Yes.
of De Jager. In favor of Ramakuela, 7.
Thank you very much. The administration is confirmed. 18 in favor for Mr. De Jager to be MM when the MM leaves, and 7 was in favor for Director Ramakawela. So it's going to be our current deputy MM that takes over from MM when he needs to leave. Thank you very much, councillors. Then I move to the next item. Number 5, presentations. We don't have currently presentations at the moment.
There's a hand. I'm just alerting you.
Councillor, I'm not sure who's shouting out, but I haven't recognized you.
I have to shout because there's hands raised and you're not recognizing them.
We are finished with voting, Councillor. I'm busy with number 15, so I'm carrying on. Number 6, acknowledgements, condolences, and congratulations.
I don't think it's about the vote, Speaker. There's hands up.
Councillor Mbandana, your hand is up for acknowledgements, condolences, and congratulations.
Speaker, with the speed, acknowledged Ngonyama, but you'll raise your point and inside. Let me express my belated condolences to Mama Yankis, an elderly that actually passed on last week, who was 101 years, who never had even a house under this administration. And now she was one of the destitute applicants. I'm expressing my sincere as a committee of patency, coming from Kwacha, and then she left us while she's an applicant of the destitute. I'm raising this because I'm concerned that issues of destitute and the progress at Kwacha is a really serious challenge. And let me finish there. Let me also express my appreciation to the community of Iran for standing firm against the Israeli Zionist bully, to show them to extend to that Allah is a great and Allahu Akbar. So they stood up firm against the Americans. And now there's a ceasefire and truce now, because they showed that they will bully them, but the mercy of Allah stood upon them. I'm also appreciating the plains of China, President Jinping, for standing up and arriving and threaten them so that they can run away from Iran. I'm expressing my sincere gratitude to the community of Iran. Allahu Akbar.
Thank you very much, Councillor. The next stand for acknowledgements, condolences, and congratulations is Councillor Peterson.
Thank you, Speaker. Allow me to start with expressing our sincere condolences to the passing of Mrs. Minnie Felix of Jeffreys Bay, Ward 2, where she also was part of the Care for You NPO that supported and assisted communities with providing warm meals at the Pelseris Clinic. And later on, I got her to, or them, to become part and parcel of that same provision at the Humansdorp Hospital that has a struggling budget. So I would like to pass my sincere condolences to the broader Felix family. And also, I want to make sure that Kwacha municipality understand that her son was employed with the law enforcement unit and was he was then removed from office, and later on he then got imprisoned, which made it very difficult on her. So congratulations to the law enforcement unit for causing a broken-hearted woman to pass away because of your actions. Now the other one is I would also like to express my sincere condolences to the slow and painful death of the Democratic Alliance, as they've yet again lost in the by-elections in Mossel Bay. So I would like to also express my condolences, as it is clear that the people of South Africa grew tired of your white supremacist agenda that you push. So yes, I am very grateful for the result that happened in Mossel Bay, and it is a testament of what is coming and what is going to happen come the next municipal elections. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Foley, you're the next hand up.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I would just like to send my condolences to the family of Stephen Bibb, who is a well-known surfer here in Jeffreys Bay. He's also a well-known artist of our area, and he sadly passed away recently due to a heart attack, I believe. And we just want to send our condolences to him and to his family that he leaves behind. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Yali, you're the next hand up.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, just to also send the condolences to the family of the two comrades of the ANC that recently lost their life. The first one is the one coming from Kokama, who was elected in a by-election last year. He has passed away, to Comrade Meya. We were calling him Peter, and also to the family of Comrade Felix in Ward 2 in Belfast. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Benson, you're the next hand.
So the
Thank you, Speaker. I just want to wish and congratulations to the people whose birthday was this month. I think of Mr. Madat, that was the 3rd June, and also 25th of June. It was yesterday, Councillor Martina van Niekerk, and then those who I don't know or don't know about their birthdays, but I also want to wish them and let us be grateful for another year that God give them, and that they will be okay for going forward with everything of the best for them. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Alderman Benson. Councillor Gludlu, your hand is up as well.
Yeah, Speaker, it is with such sadness to advise condolences to a certain challenge by certain councillors against our Koga Speaker and Mayor, when they tried to embarrass us by bringing in the newspapers and the ENCA to say that Koga was misrepresenting languages, and they went on to embarrass themselves. So it's deepest condolences. Thank you, Speaker.
Councillor Haystack, your hand is up next.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker. Just want to congratulate the Democratic Alliance for winning Ward 56 in Tshwane. Yeah, that is well, and the growth of the Democratic Alliance is just going upwards. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Stierman.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm actually covered by Councillor Haystack, but once again, it's just proven that people are still believing in the Democratic Alliance, and they will continue voting for us. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors, for all your acknowledgements, condolences, and congratulations. I'm moving to the next item, number 7, statements or communication by the speaker, and that's me. I'm just quickly going to read what I want to read. Honourable Mayor, members of council, officials, online guests, colleagues, and a special welcome to Mr. Clay from the District Director from Kokta. We now passed the mid-year mark, and our thoughts and prayers are with the flood victims in the Eastern Cape. Some areas has been hit very hard. Following our last council meeting, I have convened a meeting with all the chief whips to discuss the way forward regarding use of language in council proceedings. For the past 25 years, English has been primarily language of communication in council. However, I do share the sentimental expressed by the chief whips that certain ideas and sentiments are best conveyed in one's mother tongue. We reached the consensus that the standing rules of order should be revised to communicate or accommodate the use of other official languages. I have instructed the administration to explore the feasibility of appointing a translator to support this inclusive approach. In the interim, we have agreed that English will remain the language of use in council until the updated standing rules of order are formally adopted. It is important to note that our media policy already makes provision for communication in English, Afrikaans, and isiXhosa, ensuring a broader accessibility and inclusiveness in municipal communication. Therefore, in accordance to Rule 10.1, I hereby declare that English will be used during of this council meeting. Thank you, councillors. That's the end of my speech and the end of number 7. Number 8 is statements or communications by the Executive Mayor. Mayor, do you have any comments or speeches for this morning?
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Just quick 2 comments. This council meeting is a one that is significant in the sense that it's exactly 2 years ago, Honourable Speaker, Honourable Speaker, that both Councillor Peters and I was sworn into this council. And 2 years ago, I said in council that we have 4 priorities that we need to adhere to, that we need to make sure that we get right for the citizens of Kogarth, for us to move forward as a municipality. I'm really proud to say and thankful to the administration for driving what we've identified as key priorities in road infrastructure, in wastewater treatment works, in electricity infrastructure, as well as in customer care. And these priorities remain our main focus of what we do as a municipality, and we will continue to strive to make to achieve these goals that we've set ourselves. Additionally, we've also identified the upgrading of informal settlements and safety and security as key priorities that we need to focus on as a municipality. And I want to again thank our administration for really driving this. It is critically important from an economic development point of view that we do get this right. Our economy must grow, and in order for that to happen, we must have an enabling environment. It's not the municipality's responsibility to employ people solely. That is the role of business, of local business in this municipality, and I want to state very clearly that we will do whatever we can to make sure that we have a tremendous growth in our economy, and that we do the small things right in order for people to come to our towns. There's a very exciting time that's ahead now, with the Allo Cup starting, with the WSL starting soon, and lots of feeding to Jeffreys Bay and St. Francis and our surrounding towns. And it's critically important that we make the most of these season periods that we have. And I'm really excited about the festive winter festival that is on its way, the winter festive season that is on its way. And I really want to again thank our administration for making sure that our towns look well, and that I'm excited for the economic injection that is coming for this time. And we are working hard to also make sure that the shoulder seasons of this is grown, that we not only have events in December and in June, but that our shoulder seasons in the other periods of time is also attractive for our visitors to come. There's various other projects that I think one can reflect on as far as the developments in Humansdorp is concerned, at 499, where we've got very, very exciting industrial developments that's on the cards, and other parts of our towns. But I just wanted to very, very briefly reflect on that. Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Mayor, for that. Moving to item number 9, disclosure of interest. Anybody need to disclose anything? I don't see any hands. Nobody needs to declare anything. Nothing. Then I'm moving to number 10, statutory matters. Number 11, minutes of the previous mayoral committee. 11.1, Minutes of the mayoral committee meeting held on 9 April 2025 from page 8 to 18. Are there any notes, spelling mistakes, or anything on these ones? This item is for noting. I don't see any hands. Council notes this meeting. Notes. Thank you very much. Then we're moving to number 12, confirmation of minutes of the previous council meeting. 12.1, minutes of an ordinary council meeting held on 29 May 2025 from page 20 to page 45. Any corrections? I need a proposer and a seconder for these minutes. Councillor Van Niekerk.
I propose we accept the minutes, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Yali.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Chair, before we jump to accepting the minutes, I want us to quickly check on page 33 under MM3. You'll indicate, Speaker, when we are there.
Yes, Councillor. What is your correction on that page
Thank you very
33?
much. Speaker, under MM3, I am not sure why our committee members failed to recognize my submission. Speaker, I remember very clear that I submitted that in future the mayoral cup must also accommodate the activities of the elderly people in our disadvantaged communities. I just want to check why was that never captured by our committee clerks. Thank you very much.
Councillor, was that originally your comment when we had the council meeting, or would you like to add it to the minutes?
Speaker, that was my submission.
It was your submission.
Yes.
Okay, we will include that. Could you quickly repeat that so committee services can just clearly hear?
Thank you very much, Speaker. I don't know. I thought the meetings are being recorded. Now we must repeat ourselves every time. But it's fine. Speaker, I submitted that we hope that in future that the activities of the mayoral cup must also accommodate the activities of our elderly people in our disadvantaged community. Because our own elderly, they do have activities, sport activities. It's not only in the advantaged areas where we have a bowling activity. So they also come to our areas. We will show them that there are activities of elderly so that they are also included in the programs of the Mayoral Cup. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Committee services indicated they're going to listen to the recording and then we'll add it to the minutes also as it was said. Councillor Gertenbach.
I want to second the approval of the minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable Mayor.
Speaker, thank you. I just wanted to confirm, Councillor Yali, he did, that's what he's saying is correct. He did make a statement about elderly being included. I know that because I still responded to that, but I think that you've covered that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, for that clarity. But to make 100% sure, I'll get the committee services to add it, and then we'll accept the minutes as proposed and second with the elderly included. Thank you. Are you covered, Councillor Yali?
Thank you very much, Yes, I'm covered.
Perfect. Thank you. Then we adopt these minutes with the amendments. Then I'm moving to number 13, reports of the committees of council. 13.1, report, Sarah Baartman District Municipality Representative. I have not received a latest one. I will email again because I have asked before to bring back a report from that. Councillor Peterson, your hand is
Yes,
up.
thank you, Speaker. I'm concerned because ever since I've been deployed into Koga Municipality Council, I have never seen a report tabled from these Sarah Baartman council meetings. Now we have deployees and representatives from Koga that is representing there, and nowhere in my term of office have I ever seen any report being tabled, which is a concern, because I know if they travel to Gqeberha to sit in these meetings, they are being paid a traveling stipend, a traveling allowance. So it becomes fruitless and wasteful expenditure if no report is forthcoming from the engagements in Sarah Baartman District Municipality. So I feel that we need to put a firm grip on this gallivanting, which is what I call it, same as what Hatton Borman does or the Councillor Borman does. We need to put an end to it where reports are forthcoming of all these gallivanting that speaks to the contributions made and the representation made for and on behalf of our people. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Foley, your hand is up.
Speaker, thank you so much for the opportunity. I can confirm, Speaker, that prior to Councillor Peterson's inception in Council, that Council did resolve that Councillor Ganuza will bring all the reps together to submit report. We have not yet sat or no meetings have been called yet by the said councillor to put together the report. And I just want to also confirm that Koga Municipality doesn't pay S&T towards traveling to the Sarah Baartman District Councils. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor, for that clarity. Councillor Badana, your hand is up.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Appreciate the opportunity on this matter. I also echo the sentiment of my colleague Ngonyama that side on the issue that since I've arrived here, 2021, I'm sure we should be starting from 2022. I've never seen a report, which means ultimately in terms of the statutory requirements, Koga is failing dismally under the DA-led administration in order to reflect what is happening in a sister department. It's an indictment. It's a very serious indictment. From Mayor Horatio to Mayor Borman, it's a very serious indictment. It's poor leadership, pathetic leadership. So I'm sure somebody is deliberately doing this so that we cannot actually align ourselves with the district because it's controlled by the African National Congress. And definitely there are IGR matters. There are very rational issues that reflect on service delivery of our community, which are not finding expression in our council agenda. The last time I saw something of the district was when the African National Congress was in charge. And as I'm parting off, I'm actually putting it officially to you. I'm going to report the stupid remarks made by Councillor Dludlu to the Pan-African Language Board. It shows ignorance and mere stupidity of the worst degree. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor van der Linde, your hand is up as well.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, yeah, I'm partly covered by both, all the speakers. Speaker, it's true. We never, ever received a report from Sarah Baartman. And we did mention this a couple of times in council already. And I feel that we must appoint a new guy or some councillor to report back to us. I know also previous we did ask Councillor Foley to report back for us, but nothing happened. So yeah, it's true what they said. We never ever have seen a report from Sarah Bartman. So we don't know what happened in our district, and it's unacceptable. Thank you, Speaker.
Councillor Yali, your hand is up.
Oh, thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I get to be easily irritated when it's us, councillors, that tend to forget our own resolution. We've got representatives, the reps. The ANC has got two. I think the DA has got two also. So it is them that are responsible to compile the reports to report to us as Coca Council. Not all of us are sitting here in the Sarah Bartman district, but we've got our own reps that are sitting there on behalf of us. So the report that we need, that must find expression in this council meeting, emanates from them sitting together, compiling the report. So we can only blame them as reps, but we've got our own resolution as this council that a particular councillor must convene them as reps and come back and report to us as they report a collective report to us. So I don't want this thing of us shifting blame, so and so, it's them. And they are guided by our own council resolution. They are supposed to be guided by our own council resolution around this matter. So let us not let us not be everywhere. We know where this thing lies. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Glulu, do you have something new on this item?
Yes, thank you, Speaker. Speaker, in terms of reporting, which obviously has been an issue since 2021, Speaker, I would like to make a suggestion in that that COGA dispatches an official, an administrative official, who will sit in as observer and capture the minutes, everything that is pertaining to COGA from the district. We'll capture the minutes and then, of course, report and submit to your office. This will ensure that there is feedback and nobody can be blamed for that, even if it means that we have to authorize maybe for a sitting allowance to be paid for that particular official to go and sit and capture the minutes. That would be a suggestion from my part, Speaker, for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Foley.
Speaker, can I just perhaps to provide a way forward, Speaker, because I just want to remind Council, yes, we have the Council resolution where Councillor Ganuza is supposed to convene us to put a report together. I want to say again, that has never happened. So, Speaker, I'm very happy to bring a report as a rep for COGA there. And I have in the past also submitted reports to Council, but it was then indicated to me that no, there is a Council resolution bringing us towards the procedure. So, Speaker, I would then propose that we just revisit that Council resolution that we had, and if we have to amend the resolution to change it, to say that I will bring the report, I'm very happy for that, Speaker, but we just have to then amend the resolution. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Before I get to Councillor Roof, Committee Services have found a report that came to Council on the 28th of February 2024 on this matter. So there has been a report with assistance. So I'll just see who tabled it. But Councillor Roof, I need a proposal. I'm not sure. You next.
Thank you, Speaker, so I support Councillor Yali and Councillor Foley, because I think all the previous speakers have forgotten that we had a previous council resolution on this, and we did actually even discuss it after that resolution in another council meeting. So I don't think we should waste council's time keep bringing this up. Therefore, I would like to propose that we amend that resolution, because clearly what was required of the councillor that took up the baton has not been able to happen. So we need to do it differently. So I would support Councillor Foley that he prepares a report after the next Sarah Bartman meeting. I do not think we need an observer to go to Sarah Bartman. We have councillors there that can report back and should be reporting back. And obviously we wouldn't want to incur that cost, because then we would have to incur that cost. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Ruth. I note the proposal and the seconder, so I'll ask that we take this further and bring it back to council again. Councillor Peterson.
Thank you for the second bite, Speaker. I have no problem with the representation of the representation made by Councillor Foley in saying that a report will be forthcoming. I do have a problem with I don't want to call it, but yeah, let's call it preposterous proposal from the councillor Ludlu in saying we must appoint and pay an administrator to do this function. What I would propose is, in line with what Councillor Roots just said also, is that the officials that is deployed to represent us in Sarah Bartman, that we give them a final stern warning in saying that they must reconvene and then decide amongst themselves. This should not be an item that we discuss as councillors here in Kouga municipality on a report that is supposed to be part of a resolution. That they discuss amongst themselves, but the next council meeting when a report is expected, we as Kouga municipality council expect a report. There's no long story, because if it is that a report is not forthcoming, then we need to consider the replacement of those officials. They must sort it out amongst themselves. It is not our job to come and beg them for a report. It is an obligation on those deployees to come back with a report. Whoever tables that report is beyond us. They must go and decide how they are going to go about it. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mbadana, your hand is up as well.
Thanks, Honourable Speaker. I'm sure we are clear now as to the direction of how the report should be crafted. However, what I'm not happy about is when Councillor Foley reflected that myself as an individual, I think it's among themselves after the meeting or a week, they shall convene themselves. If Councillor Gunuza is not there, they should have a deputy convener of that structure of them, so that we cannot find ourselves wanting in this report. I'm echoing also the sentiments of my Ngonyama, Councillor Peterson. Thank you. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you for your comments. Thank you. I agree. So we're going to bring back the council resolution so we can update it, find a way forward. Thank you, councillors, for debating this. I'm moving to 13.2, Kouga Audit Committee. We don't have the latest things at the moment. Then I'm moving to 13.3, Rules and Ethics Committee. I would like to ask the Chair, Van der Linde, do you have any comments on this? Why we don't have any reports?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, yes, there's no report because your office didn't send us any new disciplinary inquiries, so there is no report. I want to thank all the councillors for all the discipline in the meetings. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that clarity. So we don't have reports. Then I'm going to move to 13.4, Municipal Public
Speaker.
Accounts Committee.
Speaker.
Who's shouting there? Councillor, we are busy going through it. There's no
shouting.
reports.
Speaker, I'm not shouting. I'm just alerting you that my hand is raised to raise a question of clarity on that item.
What's the clarity question? We don't have a report, Councillor.
The clarity question is exactly that. Why is there no report when I know I've submitted a complaint?
Councillor, I think you're a bit confused. That's the rules and ethics. You submitted a complaint to my office, and that's not part of this report at the moment.
To forward it to rules and ethics, that was the request in the complaint, Speaker.
Councillor, my office is not part of the rules of ethics on that committee at the moment. So that's not part of this conversation.
One final
Councillor
question
Madonna,
of
your
clarity,
hand is up.
Speaker. One final question of clarity. Does this mean that I must forward my complaint directly to Councillor van der Linde in future, or does it still go through your office? That's the only question of clarity I need.
Councillor, I will send you the process after this meeting. So committee service just noted so I can send to Councillor Peterson the process. Thank you. Councillor Madonna, your hand is up as well.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Speaker, thank you. I just find it very strange that there's no report. In the last meeting of the Ethics Committee I attended, there was a serious matter where I recused myself. The MM was dealing with the charge against Councillor Peterson about the warrants. And definitely I asked a question to the chairperson of the proceeding. Who are these men? Who are these prostitutes of men that are harassing women at Gqoga Municipality? And he said, there's a report. There's nothing. Are we only ethically going to charge councillors? What about these prostitutes who are men that are chasing other men's husband till her husband was crying? I want a report and I want consequences. And I left the meeting because I've said nobody is going to terrorize our women in Gqoga, employees or even councillors, including myself. The behavior should be of ethical standard. I've never given a report and he said there are plenty. Who is dismissed? Who is charged? We should be getting that report. I am born from a woman. Definitely, I will never allow any man to come and terrorize women and behave as a brothelian Gqoga. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. But I think Councillor van der Linde made it clear there weren't new things that was referred to the rules and ethics. What I will do is I'll ask committee service to send everybody the policy on the rules and ethics committee so everybody understands how the flow gets and how we get to a report on that. Thank you, everybody. Then I'm going to move to 13.4, Municipal Public Accounts Committees. And I'm going to give over to Impact. Councillor van die Kerk, over to you. Can I give over to you for 13.4? It seems like Councillor van die Kerk is not finding an unmute button.
Yeah, Speaker, you just repeat what do you want me to handle?
I'm on 13.4, Municipal Public Accounts Committee, Impact 1.
Okay. Yeah, Speaker, the report is attached there on page 48, and the recommendations are also then following from the report. The report's from page 48 to 58, and that's the minutes of the Municipal Public Acts Committee, Impact 1.
Thank you very much, I have one speaker on this item, Councillor Foley. No, I'm incorrect. You're on the next item. I don't have any speakers on this item. Any clarity on that or mistakes? This report is for noting only. Thank you, councillors. For Impact 2, over to you.
Okay, thanks. Thank you, Speaker. Impact 2 is on page 59 to 62, and that is a Municipal Public Accounts Committee Impact, the annual work plan.
Thank you, MM. Now I'm on Councillor Foley. You're my only speaker on this item.
Thank you for the opportunity, Speaker. Speaker, I just on the work plan, I just want to make sure that we are covered in terms of just understanding the report and just the implementation of it. So just on page 62, I just want to ask that on the 25th of November, it indicates that INE must attend a draft annual report meeting. Firstly, I just want to ask that do we correct that? That we split up INE to civil and water services and the electromechanical departments. And we just need to then get clarity if the committee would like to see both those two separate departments on that meeting. And then, yeah, so Speaker, that's all clarity that I need from this report. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. MM, do you note that we need to split up INE, that just the naming and all of that?
Yes, Speaker, I'll just make that amendment on that plan, but I believe we can handle both of them on that same day.
Thank you very much. Okay, that was all my speakers, and this item is also for noting. Then I'm going to move over to 13.5, municipal bylaws and policies, and then I'm going to give it to the chair of that committee, Councillor Haystack, to present. Thank you, Councillor Haystack.
Thank you, Speaker. I hereby table the following policies with amendments. PB1, draft social and rental house policy. And the recommendation is that the draft social and rental housing policy be approved by council, that the draft social and rental housing policy be published in the Coega municipal website. Thank you, Speaker, for the first one.
Thank you, Councillor. This policy is, do you need to add something, Councillor?
No, do you want me to proceed with all five or going to
No, I have speakers on these policies, so I have to go to the speakers.
Thank you.
These policies are all for public participation. My first speaker on this policy one is Councillor Gertenbach.
Thank you, Speaker. Like Councillor Yali mentioned earlier, I went through this policy, and what is missing there is the social health of elderly people. You know, for example, in Jeffreys Rus, there's a waiting list of over 600 people waiting for help to elderly people. And we sitting with clinics that is not functional. And we're sitting with a hospital in Humansdorp that is going to close down. And we're sitting with a proposal for a new hospital here in Jeffreys Bay, and it's hanging around for more than 5-6 years now. My question is, does this policy also take that into account, our elderly people? I know that Department of Health is a responsibility, but I think from Coega municipality side, we must pressurize them to look into this issues. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Gertenbach. Could I ask Director Ramakuela to comment on that?
Thank you, Chairperson. I think my response to the question, Chairperson, is that the issue of the frail care is more dealt with at a town planning matter, especially for the elderly people, like if you want to have a retirement village. The intention here is not for the municipality to operate these facilities. So what normally happens is that through SHRA, the social housing and rental agencies, what they assist developers to develop these social housing projects like the one we're doing here for FLISP. So in terms of additional use for elderly people, it's merely a town planning matter where a consent will be sought to accommodate a retirement village, and frail care facilities would normally go with that facilities if it's so supported by SHRA. So it's not to say they're excluded. Depending on the development, they can be accommodated if there's a rental development, and then there's a requirement maybe to accommodate for elderly people. It's just a mere application for consent, which will include frail care facilities. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Director, for that clarity. Then I'm going to move to the next speaker. The next speaker on my list is Councillor Mbandana. You're the next speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'm sure Councillor, the previous speaker reflected on issues that deals with the elderly. However, let me also echo his sentiment just to add more on the disability factor, which is a critical matter. However, Chair, you should be mindful when the private sector wants a hospital by misrepresenting the Humansdorp Hospital that is going to be closed. Definitely mine was also just to add the issue of the disability within our policy, but it's a matter of discussion. We're still engaging on this matter because it's going to go into the public. Definitely we're going to add some additions and proposition. Another one is the alignment with the national housing policy, provincial and so on. So definitely I want us also as the African National Congress to echo that sentiment. Thanks, Chef. Don't allow anyone to nudge issues of a private hospital in Jeffreys Bay through this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Peterson, you the next speaker on this item.
Thank you, Speaker. Allow me to start in asking guidance first of all. When a policy is being introduced, I would expect that the policy be workshopped before it's tabled for public participation. My idea, and that's why I'm saying I need your guidance. My idea is that a policy should be workshopped with council, and then council provides input, then it goes for public participation, and then after that it comes to council for final approval and adoption. That would be the flow of how I see it to be a very effective process. But having said this, I'm hoping that it's still going to be workshopped with council in its entirety, because I have a big challenge. I used to work for the Department of Human Settlement, so I understand the housing code and the provisions in the housing code. I have a big challenge with not social specific, but rental housing. Now, my concern with this is the aim and objective of housing delivery is not only to provide permanent shelter to the destitute and marginalized, but to also to provide security tenure, meaning that you'll have an asset where you can use that asset to go to any financial institution to gain financial support to either start a business or to renovate or whatever the case may be. Now, once you start to rent, you are failing to obtain that objective of providing security tenure. So I would never, as a person, I would never support the idea of providing houses, even if it's a rental or units, and not necessarily freestanding houses, to never provide those kind of units if it is not for ownership. Now, that is the first thing. The purpose of housing delivery is also to provide integration, where our people that were forcefully removed during colonialism and apartheid from these prime areas are now being reintroduced into the areas where they come from. If we don't focus on these things, we
Councillor, you
are
have 30 seconds left.
All right, thank you, Speaker. If we don't focus on these things, we are turning a blind eye to one, transformation and integration. And we are saying the effects of apartheid and the effects of colonialism is acceptable. Now, this defies the whole concept of housing delivery and the housing code. So my submission, Chairperson, is that I'm hoping, or Speaker, that we get an opportunity to workshop this policy so that we can refine and redefine the items contained in the policy, that it speaks to transformation and integration, and it adheres to the objective of providing secure tenure to the destitute and the marginalized communities. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. That was the end of my speakers. For clarity, this policy has been to a portfolio, a workshop, a committee meeting, and now on council again. So I'll ask committee services just to send you all the dates where all these meetings was happening. And I'm not sure everybody was there, and we can also provide you with everybody that was in those meetings. I don't have any speakers. Councillor Roof, any question of clarity?
Yes, Speaker, just to ask, my memory's failing me, is this the policy that a consultant was provided for us to write this policy? If I correctly remember that, I think we were given a consultant to do this in line with all of the national and provincial policies.
Councillor, yes, it was asked for a consultant. Councillor Yali, your question of clarity?
No, thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, my first question of clarity is around why is the chair not inviting us to form part of this vital meeting, at least as observers? That's like other committee meetings. We do attend as observers, we don't engage on it, but we just listen. But why is he not inviting us? The second one, is just to confirm that this particular policy was workshopped on the 18th of March. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. I will also ask committee services to send you everything, terms of reference and all of it. All the councillors are invited for the workshop. Then the elected committee that came through council sits and go through and make sure that everything is done according to processes. At that meeting, usually the committee is invited and the administration. So I'll also get the administration to send you that terms of reference. Thank you. I don't have any other clarity questions on this. Do I have any objections on this policy? Thank you, Council. Then we adopt this policy to go further with the processes. Then I'm going to give over to Councillor Haystack for the next policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm on PB2, review of the policy and procedures for disposable and immovable assets. And that is from page 87 to 158. And the recommendations is, I just want to see the page. It's on page 88. And it states that the disposable and lease of council-owned immovable property be approved. 10.2, that the disposable and lease of council-owned immovable property be published in the Coga municipal website. 10.3, that the policy and the procedures of the disposable and immovable assets and the leasing policy for municipal-owned immovable property as adopted by council on 29 October 2020 per resolution 20/10/PD8 be repealed. And yeah, that is the recommendation. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. My first speaker up at the item is Alderman Williams.
Thank you, Speaker. Just following the workshop that got held yesterday, I'd like to make the following added recommendations that I'll read out to council. On page 108, section 8 of the policy, which reads 8.1b, the delegation of authority, that it reads the power to grant leases and use rights in property that does not exceed 3 cumulative years, subject to the relevant legislation and the provisions of this policy. We would just like to add in an 8.1c there to read that the municipal manager must report all newly signed leases and use rights granted in terms of 8.1b quarterly to council. And then Speaker, on page 114 of the agenda, it mentions that the municipal manager may dispense of the competitive process in certain circumstances. A mentions in emergency. We would like to add on to that after emergency to read that all dispensations granted as an emergency must be reported to council at its next meeting. I'd just like to make those added recommendations to the policy. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. That proposal, I need a seconder for those proposals. Councillor van der Linde.
Thank you, Chair. Speaker, I will second that.
Thank you very much. Then I'm quickly going to give my other speakers opportunity. Councillor Madonna, you are my next speaker on the item. Councillor Madonna, you the next speaker on the item.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, on the matters of policy, I'm sure we're still going to make some formal also submissions because we find it very racial, seriously challenges within these issues of the policy. When it comes to our communities, when they apply for leases and so on, these items never find an expression. I'm sure we should have something that is an additional that all applicants, whoever it may be, because I've been trying at Patensi several times and I don't see anything addressing that as a policy. When it comes is Ngahwane or is Ekoi, that is not friendly to the DARI party, you will never find an item of that person. And it's been since 2022. I don't find anything that reflects that aspect in the policy. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Peterson, you're the next speaker on the item.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Again, I find myself, I'm sounding like a broken record, as I have to repeat the same thing because for some reason, the governance thinking cap of the Democratic Alliance does not address the history of this country. It does not address the inconsistencies that was created by, unfortunately, apartheid policy. When we look at, and I have to echo the sentiment shared by the Councillor Mbandana when he speaks of our leases. I know all the leases currently in Kouga, leases for especially agriculture. I think maybe perhaps our planning and development section needs to table a list of all the leases in front of Kouga Council, where it indicates exactly who agricultural land is being leased to. Because it does not address our land question. It does not address our challenges that we as emerging farmers have. And same with industrial land, same with business properties. It does not address these things because we all know, I'll take an example, the agricultural land as you exit, I'm not too sure what that earth number is, as you exit Henke on your way to Patensi, all the years that land has been leased by, if I'm not mistaken, the surname is Klein.
Hold on a second, Councillor Peterson. Who's shouting at the back?
Sorry, Speaker, it's me, Councillor Huystek. I put my hand up.
Yes, can we just give Councillor Peterson his time so he can finish? He's just got over a minute left. Thank you.
It is a point of order, Speaker, so I would think the rules would allow Mr. Huystek or Councillor Huystek to raise his point of order. If it's in line, your ruling, will then be forthcoming. However, if it's your ruling that I should continue and dismiss the point of order raised, then I will proceed in saying that that piece of property, it was illegally occupied.
Hold on, Councillor Peterson. Councillor Roof, do you have a point of order? Because I didn't hear Councillor Huystek said point of order.
Thank you, Speaker. I do, because the current speaker has completely undermined you in terms of your current ruling. And
Which point of order, Councillor Ruth?
I'll get there. Thank you, Speaker.
She's out of order, Chair. Can you please make a ruling? It's 1
Another
minute.
out of
Chair.
order, Councillor.
Sorry, Councillor Ruth, you were referring to which rule or order?
36.2. Persistent disregard of the directions of the speaker. He doesn't need to undermine you when you've made a ruling. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you for that. Councillor Peterson, can you continue?
Speaker, I'm really flustered by the comment of Councillor Ruth now, because there was no ruling made by you. In fact, you even made a ruling saying to Councillor Huystek that I must proceed. Now Councillor Ruth is saying or implying that I've undermined your authority as the
Here he
speaker
goes again.
for proceeding with.
Goeie genade hier.
Councillor, I have overruled all of them. Can you please proceed with your 1 minute?
Thank you, my honorable speaker. You are gaining honorability as we go. Speaker, as I was saying, that piece of property was illegally occupied by...
Point of order, Chair.
Aibo.
Aye, man.
hold on,
Respect the
Councillor
speaker.
Peterson.
Who's this one? Hey,
Yeah,
fellow, shut
Councillor
out.
Ludlu,
Pula.
Yeah, Speaker, if I may, I'm rising on Rule 32.1 relevance. Speaker, we are discussing policy in generic, and Councillor is disregarding by being specific on a land that he probably wishes to invade. So please rule him out of order.
Aibo. Invade.
Thank you,
Point of
Councillors.
order, Speaker.
Councillors. Councillor Peterson, can we stick to the policy? Thank you. Back to you.
My speaker, you are quite correct in dismissing all these frivolous points of order. Speaker, as I was saying, because the policies don't address these things, we are sort of turning a blind eye to addressing transformation and integration. At some point, we need to table this report where it can show exactly how our leases are being allocated, because our people are suffering and they are not being allocated
30
leases
seconds,
to them
Councillor.
where they can jump. Yes, Speaker. So my proposal is thus that we need to revise our policies, because none of the policies speaks to transformation. All these policies, it speaks to pushing a certain agenda, because I don't understand why we are pushing to have disposal of land all of a sudden. Is it a fear of losing power?
Thank you,
in Coast
Councillor. Your
and
time
not
is
having
up.
the land in? Thank you, Speaker. It's fine.
Thank you. Honourable Mayor, you're the next speaker on the item.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Speaker, this is not a new policy. It's not all of a sudden. It's a policy that has been here before, and I'm very glad that Councillor Peterson raises these matters. But I don't hear any proposals. The proposal is that we change it. Change it to what? We would gladly. That's why Council sits, to engage on policies, to make policies. That's our main job. One of our main jobs is to make policies. So make policy proposals here that we can then look into, that we can then use in the policy as part of the policy. So if we're saying we have made now decisions that we bring leases that the MM can sign to council quarterly. That was a suggestion right here, which is in line with what Councillor Peterson is saying. Bring these leases to council, but don't just say it's not working because there's no transformation. Tell us what kind of transformation you would like to see in this policy and make specific proposals to that, and then we can discuss that. It's very easy to say we've got this. It doesn't address what we want to see in the municipality, but make those proposals. I think this is a step in the right direction. I don't think this policy is where we want it to be yet, but it is a big step forward from where it was. We are moving towards what we want to see as far as land disposal is concerned. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Mayor, for your comments. I'm going to give over to Director Ramakawela if he would like to add something. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think most were, statements, but just to clarify, the policy is just to provide for procedural matters. Otherwise, this applies throughout. Not to say it's to benefit a certain race. It's a procedural matters in terms of how we dispose, in terms of lease and sale of properties. And maybe to clarify, Chairperson, is that we haven't been selling any properties except for residential properties, which I believe is to the benefit of the municipality rather than sitting with vacant residential properties. But in terms of economic and agricultural properties, we haven't been selling any of the properties. What is referred to, it's a historic matter which we are looking at, and I can confirm very soon we'll be bringing an alienation strategy in terms of proposal going forward, which will seek to address some of the concerns being raised here. But the policy is mainly to provide for procedural matters. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Director, for that clarity. Alderman Williams, did you have a question of clarity?
Thank you, Chair. More a comment. Councillor Peterson was requesting a list of all the leases. We can find that on page 890 of this agenda, where all the leases are being tabled. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that. Councillor Peterson, a question of clarity.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I just wanted to check. You see, Councillor Yali raised earlier on, he raised the concern of us not being informed or invited to this specific portfolio committee. I only saw it on the day that the committee is sitting. Now this is where Councillor Borman, where he speaks of providing input into policy formulation, it limits us, it prohibits us from being part of this process so that we can write to the committee exactly what amendments and what inclusions we want to see in policy formulation. Now, having said that, because of that,
Councillor, 20 seconds left for your question of clarity.
Thank you, Speaker. I am requesting your guidance again to indicate to me exactly how you see the process unfolding. Do we need to write to you the changes that we wish to see in the policy before the portfolio committee sits, because we are not informed when it sits? Or do we write it directly to Councillor Haystack to have these adjustments done? Because I would like to see the transformation happen, and it's a huge concern for me as a person.
Thank you, Councillor. Your time is up. Councillor, I have addressed it. I will make sure that committee services sends you the dates and the notification dates that all the councillors were invited to portfolio and the workshops as the process went. So we will send it to you so you're aware of that. Councillor Roof, your question of clarity?
Thank you, Speaker. Can you help me with my understanding of how the process works? Because my understanding is that in the workshop is where all councillors and the administration can give input, and those are then taken up to create the policy, which goes through to the committee. The committee then needs to make sure that all the inputs from all of the councillors in the workshop are included in what comes through to committee before it comes to through to the processes of council. So all councillors of all parties do have opportunities within the workshop. They also then all parties are included, are represented in the committee. So is that the way it works, Speaker? Because I'm confused about where the pushback is coming.
Yes, Councillor Roof, you're absolutely right. That is the process of flow. And I'll also make sure that we send the process to all councillors again so they're aware of it. So there's no confusion in the future. Thank you for that. I don't see any other questions for clarity. Then I would like to, we've got a proposal from Alderman Williams, and I had a seconder with the amendments. Do I have any objections with this policy with the amended recommendations? Thank you, Council. Then we adopt this policy to go further with the processes. Councillor Haystack, over to you for PB3.
Thank you, Speaker. We're on PB3, amendment of Coega Municipal Spatial Planning Land Use Management Bylaw 2016, and that is on page 159 to 186. And the recommendation is on page 161. 10.1, that amendments of the Coega Municipal Spatial Planning Land Use Management Bylaw 2016 be approved by Council. 10.2, that the amendments be advertised in line with the provisions of the Spatial Planning Land Use Management Act 2013, Act number 16 2013, and the Municipal Systems Act 32 of 2000 for public comment and objections. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. My first speaker on the item is Councillor Mambandana. You, my first speaker.
Honorable Chair, I'm sure it has been stated to us that most of these policies are actually for adoption today. However, Chair, we are mindful of the fact that there are glaring signs that most of them are not integrative of the community. However, the mayor was more reconciliatory on this matter when he said, let's pinpoint on accuracy on these matters where we would like to have some amendments and so on. I'm sure this is not cast in a stone. Spatial development framework should have been actually be all inclusive of all Coega, all towns, so that when Coega is having its own developmental nodes, it knows where are its economic industrial zones and so on. However, when we choose areas of development, we are not a developmental municipality. It's actually a dire challenge to us. Definitely, as my Ngonyama Honorable Councillor Peterson reflected, we are going to zoom in and definitely dissect and come with much more clearer proposal that will be aligning with the district, province, and at national level. Definitely, spatial development framework that pushes me to the mountain while I must take a taxi, and definitely the one who is in town walks to a mall. Yeah, that's a very serious indictment. Do we want to continue with that abhorrent apartheid development? Never. It cannot. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. We do encourage public participation and all councillors also to participate. My next speaker on the item is Councillor Peterson.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, allow me to start in saying that when you enter the Coega Municipal Building, you get into security, you go up to the political and administrative offices, the heads of the political institutions. As you get into the foyer, on your right-hand side will be council chambers. On your left-hand side would be the doors that leads to these offices. At your back, as you get onto the platform after the stairs, on your left-hand side, there is a board that was introduced by national government post-1994 to address
Point of order,
integration.
Speaker.
Hold on a second, Councillor Peterson. Councillor Foley, your point of order.
Speaker, on relevance, the councillor is talking not to the item that is in front of us. He's giving us a tour of the municipality, and he's not addressing council on a relevant question.
Councillor, which point in our
Rule
rules?
32. Rule
Thank
32.
you. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Peterson, can we please stick to the item?
I am still on the item. Councillor Foley should just allow to get to it, because as I was saying, as you get to that, you find a board that speaks to this integration that needs to happen within our spatial development framework. Now, we are on the item of spatial development or SPLUMA. That is where we are. So I don't understand why the councillor feels that I'm out of line. Now, this board, it speaks to how the process needs to unfold to get our people that was forcefully removed from these key nodes, that was forcefully removed into the urban periphery of our areas, for them to then be integrated into the space where they don't have to travel that far to their workplace.
Councillor, you've got 1 minute, 30 seconds left.
Thank you, Speaker. Now, our policies do not speak to that, because we, and this is Councillor Foley, has never seen that board. That's why he's speaking as if though it doesn't exist. Now, I am saying, and the Councillor Borman was correct earlier on, is
Point of
that we
order,
need to
Speaker.
Hold on a second. Councillor Peterson, hold on a second.
Speaker, I'm advising again on relevance. The current councillor is now addressing other councillors. He's addressing signs that's in the municipality. Speaker is not talking to the item that is in front of us. So can you please just direct him to the item that is in front of us, the writing that is on our agenda. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Unfortunately, I only have 1 point of order, but Councillor Peterson, could you please be to the point? You've got 1 minute left on the item. Thank you.
Speaker, am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Okay, I thought we are on item 25/06/PB3, amendment to Kouga Municipality Spatial Planning and Land Use Management Bylaw. I am speaking to spatial planning that is not being done correctly to address the challenges that we have. So I don't understand why I'm being told that I'm not on the correct item. But having said this, we are not addressing even, remember, I'm here representing traditional leadership, and there's no mention in our spatial development framework of traditional communities and traditional leadership and places of instruction.
Councillor, hold on
places
a
of
moment. Councillor Glutlu, your point of order.
Chair, I'm rising on rule 81 in terms of section 81. Chair, that says Councillor Peterson is appointed as a councillor and not as a traditional leader in terms of section 81. So he is misleading council. Thank you.
Councillor, we don't have a section 80 in our rules of order, so I overrule you. And Councillor Peterson, you have 30 seconds. Thank you.
Thank you for the last 30 seconds, Speaker. But like I said, I would like to see that we address these challenges that we have, because it's a known fact that the Khoi and San suffered a genocide, a cultural genocide. So surely in our framework, we need to put in provision that address traditional leadership, that address Khoi and San communities, and address cultural practices. But it's not featuring. And this is where I say, we as the ANC, we will come back to amend these policies. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Could I give over to Director Ramakwela for some comments?
Thank you, Chair. I think the comments made, Chairperson, are more related to the spatial development framework. What we're dealing with now is a bylaw, and I think more like the policy I mentioned before, this is merely to make provisions for different types of application, procedures for amending land use schemes, amending SDFs. So the item before us is not to provide for certain uses in certain places. It's merely to allow for types of application, for example, how we should deal with your departures, how you should deal with your application for rezoning in terms of public participation. And then the details in terms of parameters you get in the land use scheme, which I believe is the next item. But I do note the comment. Also, the bylaw is going out for public participation, and I will encourage all councillors to provide their comments. We will advertise for 60 days, so I believe that's ample time. We'll also have workshops on these pieces of bylaws. So just to clarify, it's not for special proposals, it's for procedures on how to lodge land use application and to revise municipal documents. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you so much, Director, for that clarity. I don't see any hands for clarity questions.
Hand is up.
Three hands, yes. Honourable Mayor.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Speaker, again, I think I just want to make clear, I don't mind that Councillor Peterson doesn't agree with this bylaw, but I want to know exactly what he feels that we need to change. The ILIS is coming now next, and it's very easy to say things that's not good enough either, but tell us what is not good enough. So that we can make these changes. It's not that we don't want to make changes and we don't want to listen to what he's saying, or we don't want his input. He is representing the African National Congress, and if they want a voice, this is their platform to have a voice and to change and influence policies. We've changed many things in this council based on influences and inputs from various councillors. So from different political parties, and this is a council thing. We need to make sure that our policy speaks to the interests and the needs of our residents. So if Councillor Peterson doesn't think it's good enough, give us that specific inputs, and we'll definitely consider and debate it. That's why we are here. If I can just ask my question on page 186, if Director Ramakuela can just clarify for me. It speaks about conflict of interest, and because as Executive Mayor, I am the appeals authority. I just want to know, it says in A6A there, it says, and I might be, I hope I'm speaking on the right one here. It says that if there's a conflict of interest, a person with whom the Executive Mayor, internal advisors or external technical advisors, so either one of us, has a personal interest. That doesn't say anything. Conflict of interest arises when we have a personal interest. What is it? If we can just, is there a place where personal interest is defined? Is a personal interest defined as somebody that we know, because being the mayor and advisors and so forth, we know a lot of people. Just that, or is it yeah, it says there that we're deleting a professional relationship, which is probably more specific. So I just want us to be a little bit more specific there. If it's clarified so elsewhere, you can correct me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Mayor. Director Ramakuela, could you maybe give clarity to the Mayor on that one?
Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure if I captured the question entirely correctly. I think the question is at what stage do we say a person has personal interest? And maybe I just need to confirm it if it's also in the definition. But I would believe it's a situation where he stands to benefit personally, or there's a person who is a relative who is making an application who stands to benefit from that proposal. So that's if there's personal benefit to the Executive Mayor, who is the appeal authority. Thank you, Chairperson. Not merely because he knows someone, I believe he will probably know the whole town, but if he stands to benefit personally as an appeal authority. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarity. Honourable Mayor, does that cover your question?
Yeah, thank you very much. Cool. I just want it to be defined because we don't have the definitions in this bylaw. I just wanted that to be clear. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor van der Linde, your hand is up for a clarity question.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, yeah, first, I want to know where are this document going to be published? Is it also going to be in the libraries and all over for people to comment on that? And then I want to add a recommendation, 10.3, I think it's 10.3. If we look at the legal inputs what we have, I want to suggest that we put in a 10.3 to say that this policy must come back to council for adoption. It's not in our resolutions. I want to add it onto our resolution. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor van Linde. I'm quickly going to give to Councillor Peterson your question of clarity.
Thank you, Speaker. I just want to, first of all, support the notion of Councillor van der Linde that the policy come back, but I would also extend it to say that all policies should come back to Council for final adoption, because that will afford us as the African National Congress the opportunity to do the necessary amendments as indicated and stipulated by the Councillor Borman. But having said all of this, I want to get a clarity through to the Director Ramakuela, who said that SPLUMA should address these inconsistencies. Now, SPLUMA is national legislation, and national legislation is sort of your minimum benchmark, but it does not preclude municipalities from bringing less stringent bylaws. Now, that gives us the opportunity to address the things that's not being addressed in SPLUMA. And this is why I'm raising the issue with respect to places of cultural practices that is not contained in SPLUMA. We as a local municipality,
30 seconds, Councillor.
Thank you. We can formulate policy that entrench these provisions for cultural establishments where we can practice our culture, and where there's regulations that guides and provides us the opportunity to have it incorporated into our land use management plans. That is all I wanted to add, Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Director Ramakuela, could you maybe answer the questions that van der Linde had?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I think one of the comment by the councillor was that it comes back to council. No, definitely. I think that is standard. It's prescribed in terms of the Spatial Planning and Land Use Management Act that we go for public participation and subsequently to council for approval. I don't even think we need to add that recommendation. I think it's with all documents that goes for public participation. They eventually have to come back to council after we've incorporated all the comments. I think the second issue, I think it was more of a comment, and the councillor is right. We can come up with policies to address certain issues that he feels maybe are not entirely covered. We can engage the councillor during public participation to get his inputs on the bylaw and see clearly what is proposing, and we'll present it to council before adoption for consideration, and then subsequently for final approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. I just, the last one that Councillor van der Linde asked is where all this publication for public participation will be available.
Oh, yeah, no, thank you, Chair. I think I missed that one. Thank you. We want to go as wide as possible. Definitely, it will be on at all municipal offices, libraries. We'll publish on the website. We will also have workshops in certain areas in line with the public participation policy. So we will publish these documents in several government buildings and also on the website, and also, have conduct workshops in identified areas. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Director. Then it won't hurt if I've had a proposal from Councillor van der Linden and a seconder from Councillor Peterson to add 10.3 that this comes back to Council again. So it is part of the process. Do I have any objections with 10.3 with the bylaw that needs to go out? Okay, so I don't have any objections. So this policy will also go for public participation and come back again. Councillor Haystack.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm on PB4, Amendment of the Municipal Integrated Land Use Scheme 2021, and that is on page 190 to 373. And the recommendation is on page 192, that the amendment of the Municipal Integrated Land Use Scheme 2021 be approved by Council. 10.2, that the approved amendments be published for the public comments and or objections as required in terms of the Spatial Planning and Land Use Management Act, Act 16 of 2013. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. My first speaker on the item is Councillor Mambadana. Councillor Mambadana, you the first speaker on the item. Councillor, I'll come back to you. Councillor Peterson, you the next speaker on this item.
Thank you, Speaker. I think I've sort of exhausted most of my views pertaining to how I would like to see integration happen in Kouga, and how I would like to see these plans speak to exactly that. Because I've emphasized this in the previous items, because they are all interlinked, because they all speak to spatial planning and development. So I think for this particular item, Speaker, I am fine for now, because I've been given a clear path on how we should get our points across, and how we should get our views in terms of amendment to these documentation, how we should go about it. And I think I will follow that to the T to make sure that it addresses the challenges that we have, because even your aesthetics committee, that is the next item, will also have a similar pattern that needs to be addressed. Speaker, for now I am covered by the item. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm going to try Councillor Mbandana. You also speak on this item.
Thanks you, Honorable Chair. We struggle here. Chair, I'm sure my latter speaker encapsulated the sentiment and also the direction in terms of the policy alignment. Also within the previous item, I'm sure we can collate and say that we are still going to dive deep and then come out with other propositions that are actually going to align all the sentiments that we are raising. However, Chair, let me appreciate the spirit and the content of the debaters on the item, and definitely the direction of our community that Kouga is taken towards. My appreciation. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you so much, Councillor. So I don't have any objections on this item. So Councillor is happy that this bylaw goes for public participation and come back. I don't see any objections. Thank you, Councillor. So this will also go for public participation. Councillor Haystack, over to you.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm on PB5, draft bylaws relating to the building aesthetics in the municipal area. That is on page 374 to 384. And the recommendation is on page 375 and 376. 10.1, the draft bylaw relating to the building aesthetics in the municipal area be approved by council. 10.2, that the draft Kouga bylaw relating to the building aesthetics be published for public comment and or objections as required by Local Government Municipal Act 32 of 2000 as amended. And then I also, if there's an opportunity, just want to make a recommendation on the bylaw. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. You're welcome to do your recommendation, Councillor.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm on page 383. And I just want to open it quickly. And that is on 11, appeals. I want to propose an extra column there, column E, that the mayoral committee that the mayoral committee be allowed to attend, sits in all meetings as observers, not actively participating in a meeting. If any questions arise from the mayoral committee member, it must be addressed to the office of the executive mayor or the municipal manager. The above proposal will serve as an oversight mechanism by the mayoral committee. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. I need a seconder for this proposal. Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Speaker. I second the proposal of Councillor Haystack.
Thank you. I'm going to go to my next speaker, Councillor Ruth.
Speaker, please can you guide me to the page that we're on?
Councillor, we are on page 374 to page 384.
Thank you. Speaker, yes, just to say that I support the item. There currently is an aesthetics committee that does practice and it meets weekly. It's a voluntary committee. It works very well. There are very few plans that do not get submitted to the committee. And it's important that we don't complicate the working of the committee, because then that will slow down plans, and we don't want plans to be slowed down. But we do want where overlay zones are created for aesthetics to be abided by. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Ruth. My next speaker is Councillor Mbandana. Councillor Mbandana, you the next speaker on the item. I think the councillor has some connectivity. I'm going to just move to the next speaker. Councillor Peterson, you the next speaker.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Allow me to, I think Councillor Ruth touched on the issues of concern with respect to this particular policy. I need to understand the purpose of the aesthetics bylaw, and does it cover every single building in Kouga? Because I'm aware of design manuals for specifically, I'll make a few examples, like Santorim has its own design manual, Fountains Estate has its own design manual, the Marina Martinique has its own design manual, St. Francis Links has its own design manual. Now, the Aesthetics Committee, does it only cover buildings that are not covered by design manuals, or does it cover every single building? And if so, the submissions being made by these homeowners associations and the likes, are they being rubber stamped by them, and then it's sent to the Aesthetics Committee for final approval before it's recommended to the built environment, or not the built environment, our building section, and then will you be afforded the opportunity to have an approved building plan? Those are the questions that I have pertaining to the flow of submission. Then, as you also mentioned, that there is currently an aesthetics committee. Now, during
1 minute left, Councillor.
Thank you. During the term of office of Councillor Mbusela Fezeka, I made a proposal, or I requested that I make part and parcel of this aesthetics committee, which was never forthcoming, because I was asking, how is the aesthetics committee composed? How does the composition, how is it made up of? And how are we determining who will serve on this aesthetics committee? Because I've availed myself, and I'm also availing myself now to serve on that aesthetics committee, so that it is not an exclusively white aesthetics committee, but it speaks to all demographics here in Kouga, and it speaks to all developments here in Kouga. Because my question remains the same: how are we bringing about transformation in all sectors of Kouga, where we are also afforded the opportunity to provide input into the developments and the developmental frameworks of Kouga? So if the director of this particular unit can please clarify exactly who is this aesthetics committee, and how
Thank you,
would they
Councillor. Your time is
how
up.
does other people form part of this committee? Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Before I give to the director, Councillor Bedana, are you available to speak on the item? Councillor, I'm going to go to to Director Ramakawela, just for clarity. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Correct. I note the comments by MMC Ruth pertaining to the volume of plans. That is very, very important maybe for Council to note. But with regards to the purpose of the bylaw, the question by Councillor Peterson, is the main purpose of this bylaw are actually we're seeking to make provision for Council to be able to develop guidelines for different towns or allotments as may be identified, because areas differ. When we say town, for example, you will get an area like the CBD. It can have its own guidelines if Council so wishes. You can have a certain residential area, say Capelios, for example, or Humansdorp in Crestfontein, having their own development guidelines in terms of aesthetics. So the bylaw seeks to make provision for Council to be able to do that if Council adopts as such. With regards to the issue of the HOAs, yes, where you've got a development, an estate type of development, you will have a homeowners association which will have a constitution in terms of how they operate, and that will normally include design guidelines, architectural guidelines for that specific residential estate, where the homeowners association will normally appoint their own aesthetics committee within that estate to endorse plans, and if so wishes, it can go now to that aesthetics committee, and then it gets submitted to the municipality. In open areas like St. Francis, for example, where we've got aesthetics guidelines, the purpose of this bylaw is to guide or make provision for us to be able to get people on a voluntary basis to form part of a committee, and we are proposing that committee will also comprise of a municipal official, which is normally the building control officer, to form part of that committee, and then they endorse all plans before those plans are submitted to Council for approval. So that is the purpose of this bylaw. I think those were the questions, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Director, for that clarity. Councillor Peterson, do you have a question of clarity?
Yes, thank you, Speaker. The director speak of the homeowners association, but he never clearly identified whether or indicated whether those homeowners associations are they excluded from this process of policy formulation, where we will not look into any of their aesthetics and their design manuals? That's the first question. And then the second one, the director also never spoke on the aesthetics committee currently in existence. My question was, who is that aesthetics committee? How were they established? And how does other people become part of this aesthetics committee, so that we can make it a transparent organ that represents the whole of Kouga and not just a specific grouping? That was my questions. That's the only two. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Peterson. Director Ramakawela, could you maybe answer?
Yes. In terms of the process for the development of aesthetics committee for estates where there's a homeowners association, that forms part of the municipal application, and that constitution gets submitted to the municipality. So we do have a say as the municipality, but in terms of their operations, the plans get endorsed by them in terms of that constitution and design guidelines. So they do have an internal one. Once it's established, it's a private development. We don't get involved in their operation, but before it's approved, we get involved. It's part of the SPLOMA process where you submit a constitution. If it's an estate, it's normally a condition of approval where we say if we're doing a rezoning to residential 2, for example, for townhouses, a condition will say they must establish a homeowners association with a constitution, and we do look at that. We have to endorse that. So that's how it functions. It works, Chairperson. The aesthetics committee that is being referred to is the St. Francis one, which was established many years ago. So that is in terms of the then guidelines that were approved then by the then council. So that is in operation. When this bylaw gets adopted, that gets reviewed, and the operation will be in line with the bylaw that we want to go for public participation and eventually approve. So I think the proposal is that it's a 5-year term, and then after that comes to an end, people volunteer and then they get appointed, nomination go through the office of the municipal manager, and then eventually they get endorsed by council. So that's how it works, Chairperson. I hope I've answered the question. Thank you. I think one of the question was who are those members? I think, unfortunately, I cannot give the names now, but I can provide the names to the councillor if he so wishes, and we can deliberate further, but I can confirm there is an aesthetics committee that side that is overlooking plans before submission, and they're doing a very great job. That's why it's one of the best towns in the country. Thank you.
Thank you, Director, for that clarity. We received a proposal from Councillor Haystack for page 383, but committee services just indicated to me it cannot be amendment E. It has to be amendment I that comes after H at the next page. So do I have any objections for the proposal and the second that I received from Councillor Haystack on page 383 to make it an extra I? Councillor Dludlu?
I second as per amendment. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. So with the amendments, this bylaw will go out for public participation and come back to council again. Thank you, councillors. That's the end of the policies. I'm moving to item number 14, report back from Minimec. I don't have any reports on this one. Then I'm moving to item number 15, reports by the Office of the Municipal Manager. Over to you.
Thank you, Speaker. First item, MM3, Council resolutions as at 29 May 2025. Recommendations are on page 387. This item from page 386 to 411. Recommendations are page 387.
Thank you, My first speaker is Councillor Dludlu.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I'll just take the chance to the opportunity to firstly thank Council for putting me as the chairperson for monitoring and evaluation. The committee M&E set 2 days ago on the 24th of June, particularly to interrogate this item MM3 in its entirety. Speaker, we went line by line in terms of the action list, what's been done, what's blocking, what's going to be the resolution in terms of the entire document. And I'm pleased to announce that we have thoroughly interrogated this particular thing, and that we are happy with the recommendations. The two of them, they are on the bottom of 387 as well as the top of 388. I think it's 10.1 and 10.2, and that We will certainly be also following up at the next monitoring and evaluation sitting to see what's been done, what's been completed, and what is outstanding and what's happening. So we will be reporting to council on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ruth, you are my next speaker.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to propose that what was discussed at this very thorough monitoring and evaluation meeting, that the feedback from the administration gets integrated into MM3 so that all councillors can see the explanations given, even though that committee is also, like all other committees, reflective of all parties, because it gives gave us a lot more information than is currently in the table, and it also consolidated certain council items where one actually replaced the other. So it's consolidating the sheets and it's also removing duplication. So what was discussed at M&E needs to pull through to MM3. So if the administration can then do that, so that that sheet reflects all of those inputs as well, and looks a lot neater than this one. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor van der Linde, you my next speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Speaker. Yes, I'm concur with Councillor Gluglu and Ruth said. It was a very comprehensive report what we got in that committee, and yeah, I will prefer if we do it every time because, like Councillor Ruth said, we got a lot of answers there. But to go back, and I think we must just, I want to mention this. The first one is on page 389, item number 1907 MM4, R873. That must be removed from this action sheet. That's the golf course. There's a couple of new resolutions taken by council, so that is not even relevant anymore to council on the action sheet. So I will ask that we can remove that item from the golf course from this action sheet. And then on what the CFO promised us on page 394, item 2505 FED, it's the Hankie Fruit Market, fresh fruit market. Councillors, since I became a councillor here, this Hankie Fruit Market is on every lips all the time, but nothing is happening there. And I think it's an embarrassment for Kouga local municipality at Hankie. I understand it's quite a dangerous area, so please let's make work on that. And then the other one, I just want to, I know there's updates on page 404, 2109 PD. It's the update on the caravan Ashton Bay Caravan Park. I know there's new developments taking place there. If we can just get feedback on those issues. Thank you, Madam Chair, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. My next speaker on the item is Councillor Mbandana. Councillor Mbandana, are you ready to speak on the item? Councillor, I do realize that you have connectivity, so if you cannot speak, you're welcome to always address the questions to my office, then we'll get questions. I would like you to give some feedback on the questions that was asked.
Yes, Speaker. Just quickly on the Hankie fresh produce market, the CFO is busy with a full report. And also we will then come up, they will come up with future alternative proposals that council could consider, and that report will be forthcoming to council. And then on MM4 if 873, the council is right. There are other factors that have happened there, and we will be updating that action sheets with more detail what is transpiring to get these council resolutions then resolved. I hope I've covered everything. Thanks.
Just an update on the caravan park as well.
Yes, on the caravan park, we're also still busy with negotiations with the Department of Public Works. So there is one of the proposals we asked in exchange for land with regarding to the school in the Boskloof area, that land. So there is a bit of we had feedback from the Provincial Department of Public Works on that one. I don't know if Leanne, as the legal advisor, has got anything further to add. I'm not aware of any recent different movements that wasn't reported before. Perhaps can you just give over to Leanne? Leanne, could you just give feedback on the legal side? Because I'm not aware of any further actions.
Thank you, Speaker. No, there's no further movement on the matter. We've had the last meeting through the Office of the Director for Planning and Development. We did confirm, or the department did commit to having regular meetings with us regarding the matter, but we have not had a follow-up meeting. The director is in contact with the department to confirm the follow-up meeting. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you for that clarity. Councillor August, your question of clarity.
Thank you, Speaker. My question of clarity is on the fruit and veg market of Hankey. It's been long that we've been battling to decide on that building, and to repetitively say that a plan is going to be made. That building is a sore eye, and it's getting worse by the day. The tick users are breaking it like as we speak. I'm in the office, but I know what is going on out there. That is my question of clarity. The 5WH, who, what, when, why, and how. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Could I please ask that we put this on the priority for that item to come back from the CFO's office? Thank you. Any other questions on clarity? I don't see any other hands. This item is for noting, but we had a proposal and a seconder that the layout and the questions being answered look similar to the monitoring and evaluation committee. So I would like the committee to note that. So when we come back with an item, that it forms the same look and feel with the answers like that. Thank you. Councillor Peterson, you had a question of clarity.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. I'm not entirely sure whether it will be deemed a personal interest, but I've noticed there's an item that reflects my name in terms of the Rules and Ethics Committee that is still showing ongoing. Now it is more than 2 years. It can't be ongoing for so long. We need to get finalization from the Office of the MEC, because according to the feedback I got from the Office of the MEC pertaining to the appeals, is that they are awaiting you to give them permission to come and investigate the allegations that was brought against me, and the reasons why the sanctions was given as it was. Now, if you are the delay, it can't show ongoing. We need to finalize this because I am severely being prejudiced and bullied by this Democratic Alliance, and we need to get to the bottom of it before one of you die. And we can't wait for one to die and then only address it then. We need to address it now. So I would like us to expedite this process also, Speaker. And unfortunately, it is my name that is there, but it is an item on this action sheets that's still reflecting ongoing. I don't like to see my name in ongoing. I get things done. It is not the statement
Thank you,
of
Councillor. Time up.
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. MM, could I also ask that we expedite that item as well? So duly noted. Okay, so this is item is for noting with the amendments that was made that we changed the format and the feedback we get as councillors. Thank you very much. MM2, back to you.
Thank you, Speaker. Next item is on page 412. That is the MM2. That's the Q3 performance report for the period 1 July 2024 to 31 March 2025. And the recommendations are page 437.
Thank you, MM. Honourable Mayor, you might first speak on the item.
Honourable Speaker, I'm just finding the page. Can you go to the next one? I will be with you now.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just moving to the next speaker. The next speaker on the item is Councillor Shorter.
Thank you, Speaker. On the item, there's on page 418, it says upgrading of Gouga gravel roads. As the ANC component speaker, we've been requesting timeously that that the roads be specified as to which roads are being upgraded, because in our communities we don't see any upgrading taking place. There's an entrance at Lower Golf Course that I've been asking for it to be fixed because I can't go to Lower Golf Course. Nothing has been done, and yet we are being told that the roads are being upgraded. I even went to a private person, which is the wind farm, to ask for assistance, and they agreed to do the road. The only thing that's holding it is a letter from the municipality. So for people to get performance bonuses because of the work that they are supposed to be doing and the work that we are not seeing, for me or for us as the ANC component, that does not seem quite right, Speaker, unfortunately. Unless we can also see the change that is being done in other areas. Because in Gracefontein, when we were there, we saw how beautiful the roads were. When it rains, and the taxi owner confirmed that when it rains at night, the following day, the graders are here fixing the road at Gracefontein. Yet we don't see that in our communities. Our roads are still full of potholes. We have roads that we cannot access, and yet there are people who are supposed to get bonuses for that. If we can also, Speaker, be taken care of, if we can also see the graders in our communities, then maybe we can think about performance bonuses. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Honourable Mayor, are you ready yet?
Yes, thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Speaker, I just wanted to say thank you to the administration for the new SDBIP that's busy, that's just finalized. I think this is a massive improvement on the one that we've got before us, and I think the new financial year starting next week is I'm really excited to see the level of oversight that council will be able to play and the level of accountability that we'll see from an SDBIP point of view in the new system that we also have implemented. So thank you very much to the MM and the team for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Mayor. Councillor Mbandana, you the next speaker on the item. Councillor Mambandana, you the next speaker. I'm going to move to the next speaker. Councillor Peterson, you the next speaker on the item.
Thank you, Speaker. I again find myself, questioning. Councillor Nshota is quite correct in saying that performance bonuses should never be paid because there's no performance unless we are saying that performances are paid when you perform in what I call the white areas, even though you prefer I use affluent areas, but it's not affluent, it's perhaps affluent in terms of capital gains, yes. Speaker, I've looked at the report and it shows that, the target is 60%. And this is now on capital budget, and only 34.9% is achieved. Then it says capital grant, 60% the target, only 36.9% achieved. But when you look at road maintenance, now road maintenance, we know that there is a resurfacing of tar roads, and I've advocated when we had to borrow the 200 million, I said that I want to see which roads are we going to apply this 200 million to. Now, we all know the tar roads is in the white areas. It is not in our areas. Now, if you take that road maintenance, the target was 70% and 65% is already achieved. But when it comes to our areas, the target was 60%, but only 34% is achieved. Same with WSIG grant. 75% was the target, 59% is already achieved in Mimosa Street and St. Francis Bay. Now, my question is, are we delivering a service to the community of Kouga, or are we going to put on a color visor?
1 minute left, Councillor.
Thank you, Speaker. We are only going to focus on a certain population group when it comes to the delivery of services. Now, this is where I feel that I'm quite sure the next item that comes up speaks to performance agreements. This is where I feel that no municipal employee should be paid a performance bonus, because their duty is to work. Their duty is to excel in their work, and not just deliver the minimum and bare requirements. And then if they exceed the minimum, then they are compensated through monetary compensation. Speaker, I am very concerned when the budget, even on food drop compliance, is 70% is the target, 64.59% is achieved. But in those plants, it's not our plants that services the poor communities. We have murky water that our people drink, while the blue drop is almost depleted. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Councillor van der Linde, you the next speaker on the item.
Thank you, Chair. Speaker, sorry. Speaker, I would like, if it's possible, and maybe it's going to take a little bit of time, you can rule it out of order or what, but I would like if directors can give us a short summary of all the challenges they have, especially if we look from page 417 to 435, because the targets, like a previous councillor say, the targets is not been reached, and there's 12% and stuff like that. If the directors just can give us a breakdown of all that line items there, we will appreciate that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor van der Linden. Councillor Mambandana, you still on the item? I'm just making sure that you might be back.
Honorable, yes, I'm back, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, on the issue of performance, I'm sure if you look in terms of the performance contract, there's an element that I've raised in terms of the legislation that deals with community participation. In these 4 years that I've been in Kouga, I've looked at each and every director, and I've been quiet on this aspect. I'm sure as my previous speaker has spoken, Councillor Peterson Ngonyama, there's a department that is dismally failing, which is civils under the directorate of this Charles de Kock. That one has been performing very poor, and definitely within the next, as a lobby of the African National Congress, I'm going to also speak to the DG of local government. We must scrutinize him to hell. That man is dismal to this municipality in terms of ash and everything. There's no pressure of water. Our roads are in a pathetic. There's no even gravel in our roads. It's just a mess. Because it's Black communities, it's African communities that are struggling. Definitely,
Point of order, Speaker.
Hold on a sec, Councillor. Councillor Haystack, your point of order.
I think it's Councillor Foley, Speaker.
Councillor Foley.
Speaker, I'm rising again on relevance. The current councillor is now attacking a director, and he's
Councillor, which rule is
not
that?
speaking to the item. He's not asking a question on Rule 32, Speaker.
Speaking over you, Speaker, which rule?
Thank
I
you,
answered-
Councillor.
So, Speaker, can I continue?
Yes, you can continue on the 32
On rule-
relevance that you just
On
gave me.
relevance, on relevance, Speaker, the current councillor is now not asking questions on the report. He's going outside of the report, and he's now attacking a director. And that can't be allowed in a council meeting. Speaker, if there is a question of a clarity on a specific item, you should ask on the information that is in front of us and not allude to personal attacks. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I was never raised as a racist. Definitely, I'm not having a pandemonium in my brain of thinking black and white and so on.
Subject to confirmation.
Councillor Ludlow, I didn't recognize you. Can we? Are you raising on a point
Thank
of
you,
order or
Honorable
something?
Speaker. I'm sure we'll go scrutiny on the whole details.
Hold on a second, Councillor Donna. I was interrupted by Councillor Ludlow. Councillor Ludlow, what was your point of order?
No, it wasn't a point of order, Chair. I was speaking to someone here outside. I was
Okay.
not aware that I'm not
Okay.
muted.
Could you kindly mute yourself? Councillor Madonna, I've unfortunately put myself on mute as well. Could you please continue with the item? Thank you.
Speaker.
Honorable Speaker, I'm sure you want progress in this council on issue of performance. But I'm sure my previous speaker, Councillor Ngonyama, has expressed a clear sentiment. But I'm sure now we are going to step up as the
Order,
African
Chair.
National
Order,
Congress.
Chair.
Chair, I'm done. I don't know what is Brian gonna
Thank
ask.
you, Councillor Madonna.
Yeah, we don't have an Ngonyama here. I think we must just stick to
Councillor
the names.
Ludlow, please, when you speak, you need to raise the rules and things. Otherwise, I'm not going to recognize you, please. Okay, that's the end of my speakers. I'm actually going to give opportunity to the MM to come back with some of the questions, and then it's to his discretion if the directors can answer the request of Councillor van der Linde. My only concern is time, and they might not have all the answers at the moment, but they might commit that they can get back to us with all the questions. Thank you, MM.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. I think just the one point on the performance report that must be but more context be given is the capital expenditure, which shows that it's relatively low at the end of the third quarter. But where perspective needs to be given is that ISIP grants, two ISIP grants that were given to the municipality indicate that was included in the budget. Subsequently, the department has backtracked on that allocation and has now changed that allocation over a multiple year period of view. So those figures then skewed the whole capital expenditure process, and we couldn't get any expenditure there because of the reasons that I've mentioned. Then we've also at the late stage in the end of the third quarter we've also received the further disaster funding which was allocated, for which we have 12 months to spend. And so the procurement process has started at that period of time, but they couldn't show any expenditure on that. It's impossible to expend money within 3 months. It is without following proper procurement procedures. So those skew the figures totally, but I think more clarity will be given later on in the financial reports coming up, where the detailed breakup of the capital expenditure is going to be showed. So most of the conditional grants that were approved in beginning of the financial year, all those will be spent by 100% by the end of the year, but I think that will reflect in the later reports. So just it's important to just get understanding and perspective around then the 35% capital expenditure, why it looks so low, and it's been skewed by the ISIP funding that was brought into the budget, which is not now being available in the financial year. That skews the figures totally. Then just regarding to the gravel roads, I think when we come to those reports, the Director de Kok can just expand on the gravel roads. I think that is also an issue that the Councillor has raised. Perhaps we should give Councillor de Kok now just chance quickly just to respond on the expenditure of gravel roads. Director de Kok, if you can just give further feedback on gravel roads expenditure.
Thank you, On page 418, the last item speaks to the MIG allocated funds for the upgrade of the gravel roads. There was 52,000 rand allocated for the planning and design of the gravel roads. So the tender was advertised for this phase 2. The contractor will be appointed and is appointed to take the sites as from the 1st of July. So the 52,000 rand that was earmarked for the planning of the gravel roads indeed will be seen at 100% expenditure. That's it. Thank you,
Thanks, Speaker. That I think concludes to my answer.
Thank you, Councillor Peterson, your hand is up for a clarity question.
Thank you, Speaker. It's actually an oversight in terms of procedure, Speaker, and I'm concerned, Speaker, because Rule 36 speaks to disorderly conduct, and Councillor Dlulu has been subjecting himself to disorderly conduct by persisting. This is now Rule 36.1, where he persistently obstructs the business by all these persistent rules of orders that are irrelevant to the subject matter. Now, 38.6 even goes further and says any person persisting in a point of order after a ruling has been made by yourself should find himself being in misconduct. But I've not heard you ever saying to Councillor Dludlu, you are being warned. Councillor Dludlu, you are fined. Councillor Dludlu, you are now referred to the rules.
Point of order.
Peterson, hold on a second. Councillor Peterson. Councillor Haystack, your point of order.
Yes, Speaker, sorry, he's explaining now. It's your job to decide.
Speaker, there can't be a
councillor
point of order
decides.
on a
So,
point.
yeah, thank you, Speaker.
Councillor Peterson, I am not sure if you heard, but I did ask Councillor Dludlu to switch off his sound because he was talking to other people in the street while it was busy. So I did rule on that matter.
No, Speaker. He's been persistently raising points of order just to.
Thank you for reminding me, but I have made my ruling. Thank you, Councillor Peterson. Do you have any question of clarity on this item?
Yes, Speaker, I was muted. Remember, I raised a point of order in terms of this rule. I raised it. And like I said, Councillor Dludlu has been persistently raising points of order in the attempt of muzzling the speakers.
Councillor?
Not necessarily to raise.
Councillor Peterson, I have overruled you on that one, and I've quickly checked now with the committee clerks. I have overruled you on that. So I've made my decision. So there's not a question of clarity on the item. Anybody else that would like to ask a question of clarity on the item? Okay, do I have any objections further on this item? I don't see any. Thank you, Council. Then back to you for MM4.
Thank you, Speaker. MM4, page 488. The recommendations are on page 490. That's the performance management appointment of a municipal moderation committee. That items on page 488 to 491 and the recommendations 490.
Thank you, My first speaker on the item is Councillor Mbandana. Councillor Mbandana, you the first speaker on this item. Councillor, I do recognize that you have problems unmuting. I do not have any other speakers on the item, but please feel free, if you come back or something, to send me an email on the questions you had on this item. Do I have any objections on this item? Councillor Peterson, do you have an objection on this item?
Yes, Speaker. I completely understand that the staff regulations allow for the establishment of this specific moderation committee, but I also have a proposal to Council that perhaps we should try and extend the functions, or not the functions, the scope. Also not the scope. Remember, English is not my mother tongue. So I'm trying very hard to accommodate all of you who came here with a foreign language. Now, my question, or not my question, my proposal is that perhaps we should extend.
Order, Chair,
this
order.
Hold on a second. Who's speaking at the back? Point of order?
Chair, it's Councillor Dudlu. I'm rising on Rule 55(1), Chair. He says we're all coming with a foreign languages.
Hold on a second, Councillor. I just want to give me some time that I can page to the rule.
No, this fool did not raise his hand. He did not raise his hand.
Councillor, hold on a second. But Councillor Rule, Councillor Peterson, can I quickly speak? You're making a proposal, but I don't hear your proposal. What do you propose to this item? Because you just a clarity, you weren't a speaker on this item.
Yes, Speaker, I was going to continue into the proposal, but I'm concerned, Speaker, I just raised this just now, of this taxi driver speaking out of turn and you're not doing anything about it. He did not raise his hand.
Point of order, Speaker.
Hold on a second. Honourable Mayor, your point of order.
Speaker, point of order.
Honourable Mayor, your point of order.
Speaker, it's also to relevance. I just want to, the process of raising a point of order is that you say point of order. You don't need to raise your hand for a point of order. You say point of order, and then the person on the speaker should remain quiet. And then after that, the process is for you to rule.
Point of order, Speaker.
Councillor Peterson.
Speaker, my order, I'm still busy speaking. You can't raise a point of order on a point of order.
Councillor Peterson, could you hold on a second? Councillor Peterson, I don't recognize you. Could you please give the Honourable Mayor opportunity to finish what he's saying?
Speaker, the process is then that Councillor Peterson raised a clarity, meaning a response, a question of clarity to what was responded. Councillor Peterson can't now make proposals on this. He's not the speaker on this item. He can speak on any item, but as per the rules of order, you need to raise that before the time to you as speaker. And if you didn't do that, then you can't just take the opportunity of clarity and apply that to say anything on any item. Then we can all do that, and then it will be chaos in this meeting. So I just ask that when there's clarities,
Order, Speaker.
that you adhere to a clarity and not proposals.
Point of
Thank
order, Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Mayor. When I started asking questions, I asked, did anybody have an objection on these recommendations? And I asked for questions of clarity. So are there any questions of clarity or any objections on this item?
Speaker, I still have the floor.
Councillor Peterson, what is your objection?
My objection is to this moderation committee and its establishment and its composition, because I wanted to propose that the composition not only make up of these, but have representation.
Point of order, Speaker. Point of order.
Councillor Peterson,
Speaker,
could you please
are we
hold
going
on
to for
a
the Speaker?
second? Councillor, can you please hold on a second? Honourable Mayor, your point of order?
Speaker, it's not relevant. So this Councillor Peterson received this agenda a week ago, had time to read and decide where he wants to speak and what proposals he wants to make. He cannot now, in not doing that, he cannot now make proposals on points of clarity. Thank you.
Councillor Peterson.
Speaker, I was completely kicked out of the meeting for a brief when the Councillor Borman was speaking. So I have no idea what he said. But this was a clarity question, but as a proposal to ask, is it only deemed fitting that the composition of this moderation committee be the and senior managers with an external specialist on performance management, or can we extend it to include members of this specific council that can have an oversight role in this moderation committee?
Point of order, Peterson. Hold on a second. Councillor Roof, your point of order.
So he's not, the councillor is not speaking, sticking to a question of clarity. He's actually making a proposal veiled as a question of clarity, Speaker. He is now abusing council.
Thank you, Councillor.
Point of order, please.
Hold on a second. I'm just listening to Councillor Peterson. I actually want to give over to the because he did ask a question there of relevance. Can you finish your question, that sentence, Councillor Peterson?
I didn't catch you there, Speaker.
Yes, finish your sentence, Councillor Peterson. You were busy saying you wanted clarity on something there.
You are 100% correct, and probably the only sane person that belongs to the Democratic Alliance. My question was,
Point of order, Speaker.
Does it
Point
have
of
to
order.
be
Point of order.
Hold on a second, Councillor Peterson. Councillor Ruth, you already had a point of order. Councillor
Vile and vulgar language.
I didn't have a point of order, Speaker.
Councillor Gartenbach, your point of order.
I rise on point 36.2. In the event, and that is now that some people must listen to it, in the event of persistent disregard of the directions of the Speaker or the Chairperson, the Speaker or Chairperson shall direct such councillor to retire from the venue. And I want you to do that now.
Thank you, Councillor. Could I ask the councillors just to hold on? I would like Councillor Peterson to repeat his or finish his sentence. Then I can give over to the Councillor Peterson, you have 10 seconds to finish your sentence.
Thank you, Speaker. I would like to echo the sentiments of Councillor Gartenbach that we need to ask Councillor Ruth and Ludlow to vacate because of persistent points of order being raised after your ruling. So I agree. Speaker, my question was, does it have to be confined to the and senior managers to constitute this moderation committee, or can we extend it to allow councillors representing the different political parties that constitute Kouga municipality to form part and parcel of this moderation committee to ensure that when moderation is done, it is not done biasly, but it is done with the interest of that portfolio, not portfolio, those managers and senior managers.
Thank you,
that they
Councillor.
add
I
out
think.
to form.
Thank you, Councillor. I have your question. May I give it
Thank
over
you,
to the
Speaker.
MM to just give clarity on that question? Thank you.
Speaker, the item is very clear. It states exactly what must happen. I'm going to just give over to our Deputy Municipal Manager just to quote the legislation there. Please, the Deputy Municipal Manager.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Speaker. So this refers to your employees governed by reporting to, in terms of the bargaining council, etc. It is not your senior managers reporting to the municipal manager or the municipal manager reporting to council. That is your non-section 56, 57 employees. So the regulations is very clear. Municipal staff regulations, section 59, subsection 7 indicates the moderation committee, and it emphasizes the municipal manager, and it says the municipal council must establish, and it says the municipal moderation committee shall be constituted as follows, and it gives the breakdown precisely as quoted in the recommendation. We have to take note that staff is governed by the accounting officer in terms of section 55 of the Municipal Systems Act, because they are non-section 56 and 57 employees. Thus, they are not reporting to politicians. They're reporting to the heads of department as well as the accounting officer, and politicians is excluded from this process. The same regulations talks when we did the recruitment policy previously, is excluded politicians from partaking in recruitment of your permanent staff, excluding your section 56, 57. So this is straight from the regulations, and any deviation from these regulations will be direct contraventions of the regulations. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that clarity, Deputy MM. So this is the end. I don't have speakers or any clarities. Do I have any objections? Can we accept this item? Thank you, councillors. We accept this item. MM, over to you for MM5.
Thank you, Speaker. MM5 is addendums to the 24-25 performance plans for senior managers following the amendments to the 2024-25 service delivery and budget implementation plans. Those amendments have been included there from page 492. Recommendation is 494, and it goes up to 575.
Thank you, MM. My first speaker on the item is Councillor Mbandana. Councillor Mbandana, are you ready to speak? While we wait for the councillor, Councillor Peterson, you my next speaker on the item.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I'm hoping that I won't be constantly harassed, because I see already the Councillor Borman's hand is already raised. So I don't know if that is a point of clarity or whether it is a point of order. So I don't know whether I should continue with my presentation or whether we are going to allow the Councillor Borman to stifle what I'm trying to bring across.
Councillor, he's actually my next speaker on the item, so can you please continue with your questions?
So we are disregarding the hand then. Thank you, Speaker. My argument on this particular item, Speaker, is I've raised this earlier on. I've raised it with Salga when we had a meeting the other day discussing the white paper on local government. And I've raised it strongly in saying that, and I've said it earlier on also, that all municipal staff, their duty, their job, the reason why they applied for employment is because they want to contribute to the services rendered to the people. There's an element of pride and integrity that is with them to say that we want to do this function so that we can uplift and so that we can create communities that flourish. And that is our objective. That should drive them. Now we bring in another element into the equation of performance management systems, where performance plans and performance management incentives are being paid in relation to the performance management plans. Now, the work plans of these senior managers, I've worked in government for long to understand these things. What they do is they set their targets to such an extent where it's easily achievable so that they can exceed that target. And this is why I raised the question earlier on, where we as
1
council
minute
can...
left, Councillor Peterson.
Thank you, Speaker. Where we as council can become involved in setting the targets. Because if we set the targets, then they will perform. But currently, all they need to do is they set the targets because they buddy. They set the target so low that they only have to achieve 2. And then the third one, they will get a performance bonus. And this is my biggest challenge that I have. It's a money-making scheme in itself, where managers, especially senior managers, don't have to perform. Because my question is, how can a senior manager get a performance bonus, but those that are below him, his subordinates, are not receiving a performance bonus when
Thank you,
they
Councillor.
are
Your
the
time
ones
is
that
up.
hold up his hands and his performance? Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you so much. My next speaker is Honourable Mayor Borman.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. I just wanted to give clarity. I don't think the MM gave enough background to this item. It's the end of the financial year now. There's a few days left of this financial year. So this is just an adjustment on the already signed performance bonuses based on the adjustment in the STBIPs and so forth that was made based on funding that were given and so forth and so forth. So there's the new performance agreements for the new financial year starting next week is already being signed. I already signed the STBIP and the performance bonus, the performance contracts will then thereafter follow thereafter. So those things are already in process and set up. So that it's basically it's a very small matter that we're dealing with here from a performance agreement point of view in terms of the actual content of the agreement. The new agreements are being put in place now for the new financial year starting next week. Then secondly, it's similar with the policies. The policy issue. Again, I would love to hear Councillor Peterson's input into what and how performance should be managed, what should be in performance agreements, because those things all come to council. They are put before council every single time that performance agreements are signed and proposed. Those performance agreements are based on the STBIP. The STBIP is based on the IDP, on the budget, and then the IDP, and councillors have input into all of those. So council and councillors, individual councillors, have a very direct input into what should be in performance agreements. And never once have I heard Councillor Peterson's input into specifics. I hear that it's not, according to him, it's not doing what it needs to be done. It needs to do. It's not very specific. It's easy to achieve and so on. But I want to hear exactly what is it that bothers him so that we can address those and that we can look into those and say, if we say 96% or 99% expenditure is too low, then what does he propose? Then let's engage on that and let's debate that. It's very easy to make general statements and then just say things and not make specific proposals. So I'd love to hear that. Not necessarily now because it's only a few days left of these agreements. We need to do that for the new performance agreements that's coming up. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Mayor, for that clarity. Councillor Mbandana, are you still on my list? Councillor, I recognize that you do have connectivity and unmuting things, but you are welcome to email my office. I don't have any other speakers on the item. Could I give over to the MM if he would like to add to the mayor?
Yes, thank you, Speaker. I've got nothing to add what the Mayor said.
Thank you. Honourable Mayor, is that a new hand or old hand? Thank you. I don't have anybody else. Do we have any objections on this item? Don't see any hands. Thank you, Council. Then Councillor van der Linde, you have a question of clarity.
Speaker, sorry to interrupt. I'm trying to raise my hand, but it's not raising.
Councillor, just hold on a second. I'm just giving Councillor van der Linde opportunity for a question of clarity. While we wait for Councillor van der Linde, Councillor Peterson, what is your question of clarity?
It's not a question of clarity, Speaker. It is objecting to the item, Speaker.
Fine. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor van der Linde, would you like a question of clarity before we go to voting because we have an objection on this item?
No, Speaker, no. Like I said, I'm going to abscond, and I would just want to ask if we finish with this item, can we take a 30 minutes comfort break, please?
Yeah, I will look at it. I just want the report of the Deputy Municipal Manager to be finished. Then we'll take a quick break. Can I ask the administration to prepare a vote for us? Because we have an objection on that. Councillor Peterson, we're going to prepare a vote.
Before we do that, Speaker, I just want clarity because I heard the councillor say that he's going to abscond unless he perhaps used the word incorrectly.
He's going to abstain probably from voting. So we have to vote. So he also objecting to it. Yes. Could we have Councillor Gluglu, we're just busy preparing a thing. Do you
Yeah, I understand.
You're also objecting?
No, Speaker. I just want to confirm that Councillor Peterson's suggestion has not been supported, so we cannot vote.
We are going to vote, Councillor Gluglu. Administration, please let me know when you're ready that we can vote on this item. Councillors, please vote. The poll is up. Please, councillors, finish voting. Administration, please let me know. How many councillors are we that voted? 22 councillors have voted so far, yes. Administration, do you have a number for me? Yes, you can end the poll.
Okay.
16 in favor,
Mhm.
4 not in favor, and 2 abstentions.
Thank you. I have 16 in favor, 4 not in favor, and 2 abstaining. So this motion carries. Thank you, councillors. Over to you for MM6.
Thank you, Speaker. The next item then, MM6, extension of the term of the KOGA Audit Committee member. That item is from page 576 to 578, and the recommendations on page 577.
Thank you. Councillor van der Linde, you're the first speaker on this item.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Freedom Front is in full of support of this item.
Thank you very much. Alderman Williams, you my next speaker.
Thank you, Chair. We just feel that council should test the market and be prudent in this one. So I'd like to make a recommendation that I'll make a recommendation that we amend the recommendation to read that council grants authority to the municipal manager to advertise the vacancy on the audit committee, and all processes be followed and the item be brought back to council for final consideration. Thank you, Chair. That is my proposal on this one.
Thank you very much. I need a seconder for this proposal. Councillor van Niekerk.
I second Councillor Williams's proposal.
Thank you very much. I have a seconder. I'm just going to carry on with the speakers and then we can go for a vote with the amendments. Councillor Mbandana, you the next speaker on the item. Councillor Mbandana, are you present? Councillor Peterson, you the next speaker on the item.
Thank you, Speaker. Before I proceed with my presentation, I'm not too sure if I captured correctly what the former Speaker, Williams, said. Did he say that they are amending the item to no longer ask for an extension of Mr. Sporong and rather have it advertised to have someone new come onto the structure? Or am I on the wrong item here?
This is for extension. Could I ask Alderman Williams just to repeat his recommendation?
Thanks, Chairperson. Yes, it's to amend the current recommendation. So it's not about extending. It's about being prudent and testing the market to see what skills are out there to enhance our audit committee. The current incumbent might well be reappointed, but I just feel that it's important that council does test the market. So the recommendation that has been seconded is that council grants authority to the municipal manager to advertise the vacancy on the audit committee and all processes be followed and the item brought back to council for final consideration. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that clarity. That is the end of my speakers list.
Speaker, remember I said I wanted clarity before I can bring my presentation as a speaker. I just wanted to make sure I'm understanding the recommendation from the Alderman Williams, whether I'm understanding it correctly. Now, this item, it speaks to, if I understand it correctly, the recommendation says that council approves the extension of George Sarpong as a member of the KOGA Audit Committee. But now I'm hearing that there's a recommendation amendment requested by the Councillor Williams that it goes out. Are we still sticking, and this is the part I'm not understanding, are we still sticking to requesting council to approve the extension of Mr. George? Or are we saying that we are completely removing that recommendation and replacing it by advertising? Now, if that is the case, then I would have withdrawn what I wanted to say, because this is exactly what I wanted to say, is that we've done the same with Mr. Bilson, if I'm not correct, if I'm not incorrect. Mr. Bilson, who's the chairperson of this specific committee, and I strongly contested the reappointment of this individual because this audit committee is supposed to be an extension, an oversight extension of council's finances to make sure that council remains intact with its expenditure and it audits and audits it. And this is the challenge that we have is once you extend the life of these individuals, they become so
1
used
minute
to,
left, Councillor.
thank you, Speaker. They become so used to the officials, in this instance, the municipal manager, the CFO, that they no longer fulfill that obligation of being an oversight committee. And my recommendation will always be the same. If the term of office is 5 years, after 5 years, they must be replaced. We don't need to retain people because we like them. We need to replace
order,
them because
Speaker.
they are an oversight committee that needs to make
Point of
sure.
order, Speaker.
I still have my minute if the point of order is granted, Speaker.
Hold on a second. Who was shouting point of order quickly?
Speaker, it's Councillor Foley. I'm just rising
Yes.
on 8.7, stating that a point of clarity shall not be longer than 1 minute. And the current speaker has been talking longer than a minute already. Thank you, Speaker.
Councillor, he's busy with his 3 minutes. He was a speaker on my thing, and then he didn't do his 3 minutes because he wanted clarity on it. So he's got a minute left on his. He's got a speaker. He's a speaker on my item. Thank you. Councillor Peterson, please continue.
Thank you, Speaker. Allow the confused to remain confused, Speaker, because I don't know why he's rising. But having said all of this, Speaker, my only concern is the repetition and the reinstatement of individuals that's supposed to deliver oversight. And this is why we are sitting with governance issues, is because those that are supposed to be the oversight committees, those that are supposed to be, the ones that keep people in check, are too buddy-buddy. So they won't keep them in check. And the oversight committee, the audit committee, is supposed to provide oversight over the expenditure. There's a lot of fruitless expenditure happening in Koga, and nothing is being done about it because the oversight committee allows these things to filter through. And
Thank you, Councillor. Your time is over.
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Okay, so the way I understand it is the proposal of Councillor Williams was proposed and second is replacing the current recommendation. Do I have any objections on the proposal and seconded of Councillor Williams? Okay, I don't see any objections, so this motion carries with the amendments. Thank you, councillors. That's the end of the municipal managers' reports. I'm going to move over to number 16, reports by the Office of the Deputy. Yes, Honourable Mayor.
Apologies for interrupting. I couldn't find my hand quick enough. Just procedurally, I understand that Councillor van der Linde didn't raise anything now when you asked, is there anybody against it? But he did indicate in the beginning that he supports the item. So therefore, in my opinion, there should be a vote. Although I know Councillor Peterson, and I'm assuming he's speaking on behalf of the ANC, is in support of the proposals by Councillor Alderman Williams. If there isn't, if somebody, even one, is against, then or if there's not a unity of full council, then it needs to go to a vote. So I just wanted, perhaps we can just get legal on this, but it's up to you. I'm just asking. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Mayor. I'm just checking. Nobody saw hands. That's anybody objecting to the item with the recommendations. Just confirmation. Councillor Peterson, yes.
I'm trusting that when Councillor van der Linde raised his objection was before the amendment proposed by Councillor Williams. So we need to check with Councillor van der Linde whether he's now happy with the recommendation by Councillor Williams, because this recommendation satisfies me also to say that it needs to go out and not just a reappointment. So we just need to check with the councillor, then we can.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor van der Linden, as far as I remember, it was the previous item you did not feel comfortable. Can you just bring us some clarity?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Now, after listening to what Councillor Williams said, I will withdraw my comments. So I'm fully agree.
Thank you, Councillor, for that clarity. So I repeat myself, we've got no objections with the amended recommendations. Thank you, councillors. Now I move to point 16, reports by the Office of the Deputy Municipal Manager. Deputy MM, over to you.
Speaker,
Thank you,
before we
Speaker.
move, Councillor van der Linde requested a comfort break, and
Yes, Councillor Peterson, I've already ruled and I've said we're taking a 5-minute break after this item before we start with the executive mayors. Deputy MM, please continue.
Speaker.
Yes, thank you.
The item is on page 580. It deals with the draft institutional calendar. The recommendations on page 581 and the draft institutional calendar is then attached here to our hereby table this item to council. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, DMM. I do not have any speakers on this item. Do I have any objections on this item? Thank you, councillors. Then this item also carries. Administration, could we have a 5-minute comfort break? Thank you very much. Welcome everybody back from your comfort break. I am going to continue with item number 17, matters dealt with in terms of delegated authority by the executive mayor, 18 reports by the portfolio committees. Honourable Mayor, over to you.
Good day, Councillor. Sorry, Speaker. I'd like to table the reports for finance and economic development, and it will be handled by Councillor Ruth. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ruth, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Speaker. The first item is FED 3, and it's to request Council approval of the reviewed integrated economic growth strategy. And I'd just like to remind Council of the path that it's taken. In 2019, there was an LED strategy, but it was a very theoretical document. And there was a need to make it more practical and have more consultation. And that's when the PACA process happened, participatory appraisal of competitive advantage process. And that's where a lot of businesses across Coega were consulted, and there were various workshops. And we thank the public and the businesses who partook in that process. And then when the LED department became properly structured more recently and staffed, they took all of this and put it into a draft integrated growth strategy, which went to the public. So there is in the addendums the inputs from the public and whether they were integrated or not. And thank you to the staff of the LED unit for capturing those and for answering them. I think that was a very good process that they followed in terms of public participation and the way they responded to it. And then also just to remind everybody that the role of the municipality is to be an enabler to facilitate economic growth, because sustainable jobs are created mainly in the private sector. So we have to create the conditions to grow the economy, to provide jobs. With that, Speaker, the recommendations are on page 588, and the recommendation is that this reviewed Coega Integrated Economic Growth Strategy be approved by Council today. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Ruth. My first speaker is Alderman Williams.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm just here to speak in support of this item. I think it's come a long way and we're definitely on the right track. So I'd like to congratulate the administration on this effort, and I'm certainly in support of the item. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman. Councillor Shorter, are you the next speaker on the item? Councillor Shorter, you my next speaker on the item? Councillor, I'll come back to her again. Councillor Mbandana, are you the next speaker? Councillor Mbandana, are you able to unmute yourself? Okay, while we're waiting for the councillors, Councillor Peterson, you the next speaker.
Thank you, Speaker. Perhaps I should just in future, it's a proposal to yourself in terms of operation, perhaps give a time when we should be back rather than saying 5 minutes, because 5 minutes, yeah, it's not necessarily a synchronized timing. So that is just a proposal. But when it comes to this particular item, I would never stand in opposition of anything aimed at improving the living conditions of our poor people. Now, these plans, as they call it, they are created with the objective of creating conducive economic environments where all people can flourish. My only concern has been, will always be, that those environments should be aimed. It should be aimed to prioritize and not include. Again, let me re-emphasize that, to prioritize and not just include our poor communities. However, when I look at these plans, it speaks mostly of the tourism sector and the likes. And this is where I have a problem, because I've raised this with the legislature when they brought the legislature to the people in Krabrinet. And I've strongly raised that because of our lack of access to land, tourism becomes a commodity that is not available to us as the majority or the black majority of the country. But it is only a commodity to the white minority because of the ownership of land. And I'm not making it a racial discussion.
1 minute left, Councillor.
Thank you, Speaker. All I'm saying is that when we craft these things, we should always take into consideration the injustices that was created by the past, the disadvantage our people are at because of the dealings of the past. And then when we do that, then we filter that into our discussions and documents to accommodate those disadvantaged individuals. But as for the plan itself, Speaker, I foresee no challenges with it as it is. I am only hoping that we stick to its implementation and prioritize the poor communities to also become part and parcel of the economy of this beautiful Kouga that once used to be only ours, which we are willing to share with those that come or came into Kouga. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Nshota. Councillor Mbandana. I'm going to extend my invitation. The councillors that's not unmuting themselves, you're welcome to always send questions after the council. I don't have any other speakers, and I do say thank you for all the positive comments on this item. Do I have any objections? Can this council adopt this strategy? Any objections on it? Honourable Mayor, your hand is up.
Speaker, thank you. Not objecting, just wanting to appreciate this policy. I agree with all the sentiments that I think it is moving us in the right direction, and that we are creating more and more an enabling environment for economic growth to take place in Kouga municipality. What I do like to see, and I don't want to make an additional recommendation, but I would like to see from the CFO side and a policy that speaks to the implementation of this from council side in terms of how we are making it easier for local businesses to operate in Kouga and how we are implementing the strategy, because it's all good to have a strategy on paper, but the implementation thereof is crucial, and I think a form of a policy would be great to have. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Mayor. CFO, would you like to comment?
Thank you, Speaker. Good afternoon, all. So, Speaker, there was an issue raised in terms of the strategy is more tourism specific. Unfortunately, that is incorrect. Tourism is one of the 6 sectors that will be promoted within Kouga. When it comes to Mayor's input in terms of implementation, Mayor, definitely, that's why the strategy has an implementation plan linked to it. I can also confirm that the budget approved by council has accommodated the short-term implementation plans, and I can say that obviously with minimal funding and obviously with stakeholder and partnerships, we will definitely implement and meet the targets of what is set to be implemented in year 1 of the strategy. When it comes to policies, yes, there are, I think, 5 key policies that we are reviewing. And now that if council obviously approves this strategy, at the next policy workshop, it is intended that those policies are presented for promoting economic development within Gouga. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Director, for that clarity. Councillor Peterson, do you have a question of clarity?
Yes, thank you, Speaker. I would want to echo the sentiment shared by Councillor Bowman when he said that we need to see this being implemented, in saying that why don't we take that not suggestion, suggestion or input, and make it a recommendation that part of the approval of this document, that it is recommended by council that a policy be formulated that contains an implementation plan, so that we can see as council, I agree with him, that we can see as council exactly how we intend to implement this plan, and then have a oversight role on ensuring that the plan comes to fruition. And for this reason, I would then make a recommendation that we amend that by adding this recommendation to the item. Thank you, Speaker.
Councillor, do you have a seconder? But I just think the CFO has given us clarity. The process is first this strategy needs to be adopted, and from there the policy will follow after that. So it's part of the legislative processes. So do you have a seconder for this proposal?
It was an ad hoc proposal, Speaker.
Okay, Councillor, but I think the CFO has clarified that it is part of the process. Okay. So I didn't get any objections on the economic strategy. Could we adopt this?
We can proceed, Speaker.
Thank you very much. I didn't receive any objections, so this item carry. Councillor Roof, for your next item.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Councillor Peterson, for allowing us to proceed. We are now on page 669, the KLTO funding for 24-25. It's the Gouga Local Tourism Organisation, pages 669 to 691, and the recommendation is on 671. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Councillor Mbandana, you might speak on this item. Councillor Mbandana. Okay, it seems like Councillor Mbandana have issues with his unmuting function. I do not have any other speakers on this item. Do I have any objections on this, or can this item be carried? Councillor Peterson, what's your objection?
Not an objection, just a clarity on the item itself, Speaker.
Unfortunately, I didn't have any speakers speaking on it, so we cannot allow any clarity questions on this item.
It's not a clarity on what was spoken, it's a clarity on the item itself, the contents of the document, Speaker.
No, unfortunately, Councillor Peterson, you are welcome to email my office to ask for a clarity afterwards, but we didn't have speakers, so I cannot allow that according to the rules. I just want to see anybody else have objections on this item. Okay, I don't see any objections, so this item carries. Thank you, Council. Over to Honourable Mayor for 18.2, reports by the Chairperson, Planning and Development.
Good. Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I hereby table the items for planning development. It will be handled by the Deputy Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Jantjies.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Yes, we're doing the reports that has come through the portfolio. That has been extensively discussed. At the portfolio level, PD4 is on page 693 to 731, the application for the level 1 accreditation for implementing of human settlements programs for Gouga.
I table this item to the council. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Deputy Imam. My first speaker on this item is Councillor Peterson.
Am I audible, Speaker?
Yes, you are, Councillor.
Yes, Speaker. Speaker, like I said earlier on, I might sound like a broken record for repeating the same thing, but we've had this discussion in the portfolio also, and I was then, you know, clarified by the Councillor Yankees that the proposal initially comes from the Department of Human Settlement, if I understood him correctly then, with respect to being an accredited level 1 implementation agent for the human settlement programs. My only concern is, and I've raised this yet again, I have to refer to the meeting we had with SALGA on white paper. I've raised this strongly in saying that we need to start become politically mature as municipalities retrospectively and all over South Africa to understand that when elections have passed, we become a council consisting of different political parties with different political ideologies, but with one common objective. And that common objective is to push an agenda of improving the livelihoods of our people. Now, the accreditation for becoming an implementation agent for human settlement programs is a great thing for Kouga and its people. But then we should not use this as a mechanism and as a tool for political lobbying, because it has come to my attention that officials of this human settlement unit of ours goes and works even at night and uses this platform to do political campaigning. Now, this is for myself, and I'm going to guard and not necessarily make it fact.
1 minute left, Councillor.
Thank you, Speaker. And not necessarily make it fact, but I'm saying to us as the institution, the political component should start to become mature to understand that the intention of governance is to improve the livelihood of the poorest of the poor and to maintain and try to bring about a balance that was created by these previous systems. Now, we should not see this as a political tool, but the focus should always be that if the accreditation is granted and we have this authority, that we apply it for the benefit of the collective of Kouga and not just our constituents. And that is my only submission. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Peterson. You're the only speaker on this item. Director Ramakuela, is there anything else you would add to this item?
Honourable Speaker?
Yes, Deputy.
Yes, it's my item. So in portfolio, I can concur. We did have this discussion. The councillor was answered. We did speak about the fact that this is not political, and I agree with him, it shouldn't be. But I just wanted to endorse the council that this has been approved by Portfolio Committee because of the reasons that it was provided in the item. So I think my director is covered in this regard. I see that Councillor Gertenbach has a hand up. I'm not sure, Honourable Speaker, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Yes, Councillor Gertenbach, what's your question of clarity?
No, it's not a question. No, it's a question of clarity, but also a support for the two items. I raised my hand to speak on these, especially these two items, and I want to support the application for accreditation and also for the transfer of the properties, but. If we read on page 697, the second paragraph, the municipality was previously granted implementation status and has implemented SEF. You know why it was taken away from the municipality? It was about the previous ANC government mismanagement and or
Point of order, Speaker.
20
and
seconds left, Councillor. Sorry,
of order,
hold on,
Speaker.
Councillor Gertenbach. Councillor Peterson, your point of order.
Relevant, Speaker.
Councillor Gertenbach, could you please revert to the question? Thank you. You have 20 seconds.
I'm in support of this, and I said that the reason why it was taken away is before the ANC government in the past mismanaged this process. Thank you.
Not doing a
you,
better
Councillor.
job, Gertenbach. Not at all.
Councillor Peterson. Not recognized. Councillor Roof, you have a question of clarity.
Yes, to one of the speakers, they made a very serious suggestion that employees of the municipality are doing political work within the housing sector at night. And I think the person who said that, the councillor who said that, we must remember this is a public forum. I'm being interrupted, Speaker. Are you protecting me?
Yeah, Councillor Peterson, please don't interrupt councillors while they're speaking. Can you please continue?
He continues to interrupt and speak when you haven't recognized him. So I'd like Councillor Peterson to answer with the evidence. Thank you, Speaker. You can't make such very severe statements without bringing the evidence to council at the same time. Thank you, Speaker.
Councillor Haystack, your question of clarity.
Speaker, I've got a point of order against Councillor Peterson. He's interrupting all the time, and according to our disciplinary procedures 56.2, Councillor can be removed. So please ask that he contains himself and keep by the rules of order. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. I have asked Councillor Peterson to give Councillor Roof opportunity to speak. Thank you very much. Any other questions of clarity on this item? I don't have it. This item is here for noting.
Speaker, Honourable Speaker, we need approval from Council for PD4 and PD5 and PD6, please. This one must be approved.
Okay, then I will ask for any objections on this one. Councillor Roof, do you have any objections on this one?
My question for clarity from Councillor Peterson was not answered.
Speaker, should I answer?
Councillor Peterson, you can answer, but I suggest that the two of you can take it outside, but you can quickly comment on it.
She can easily come. I'm currently assisting my mother here at 262 Boy Street in Arcadia. She can come and we can have a cup of coffee. I will give her some Jacob's coffee and she can come and I will answer every question. I'll even take her to the people that brings these allegations. I will take her to the administrative staff that is implicated and we can deal with it outside. I have no problem. I can answer here also. It all depends on you, Speaker.
Thank you, councillors. We're going to go back to the item. I would like to know. Councillor, I'm not recognizing you. I would like to go back for it. I've asked, are there any objections on the item? Deputy MM De Jager, your hand is up.
Okay, Speaker. Speaker, if there's any allegations made against staff, those allegations must be put into writing to the municipal manager. If it's not put in writing to the municipal manager, it's allegations and it cannot be seen as the truth. So I would request any councillor that has allegations to report it to the municipal manager. That is the required platform. It cannot be reported to other councillors, or it must be reported within the required framework and legislation. And those allegations must be reported to the municipal manager for it to be investigated properly and formally, and then for it being to see if those allegations are true. If it's found true, those officials has to be held accountable and consequence management has to be applied. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy MM, for that clarity. So I'm going to ask the councillors if you have any allegations or things, please write an email so we can do further investigation. In the meantime, I'll also encourage all the councillors to go for coffee with each other. I'm back to the item.
Speaker,
No, unfortunately, no. I just want to finish my sentence. I'm looking for, are there any objections on this item? We are on that at the moment. Councillor Roof, do you have any objections on this item?
Speaker, it's not an objection, just to say that I don't need to have coffee with individual councillors. Council, the whole of council is entitled to hear what Councillor Peterson asserted. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Okay, Councillor Peterson, do you have any objections on this item?
I don't have any objection, Speaker. I am merely asking whether you want me to proceed to respond to Councillor Ruth on this platform, which I have no problem to, because I was part and parcel of that discussion that raised very concerns with me because I was there in that house. So I can do that if she wants and put herself in this position as the Democratic Alliance. But I would follow your lead. If you say no, take it outside, I will do it outside. But I can embarrass her right here if she wants.
Thank you, Councillor. No, I think Deputy Emin has explained the process. So we stick to the process. Thank you. So I take it nobody have objections on this item. Thank you. So this item carries. Back to Deputy Mayor Jantjies.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Maybe I must in future put addendum to my items about the procedures. But let's stick to the item, please, at hand. It's PD5, page 732 to 734, application to be appointed as the implementing agent transfer of government subsidized houses, the RDP one. That's also been extensively discussed in the portfolio and all councillors were in agreement. We're here to seek now final council approval on this. Not final, but council approval on this. And I table this item to the council today. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Gertenbach, you the first speaker on the item.
Thank you, Speaker. As I said, I was actually speaking on both of these items that we want to support it in, and because we can deliver better services to those people that Councillor Peterson is referring to. So we are in support of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. My next speaker is Councillor Mbandana. Councillor Mbandana. Okay, Councillor seems like he still has problems with his mute. Do I have any objections on this item? Councillor Peterson, your hand is up for objection.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. Not necessarily an objection, but to what Councillor Gertenbach has said. Because he said when he spoke in the previous item, he spoke to both items, which means that he's speaking the same. We are sitting with a situation in Siewendelaan where title deed still needs to be transferred to the people of houses that was built during the tenure of the ANC.
Councillor,
So it is incorrect.
Councillor Peterson, can I stop you there? You're not a speaker on this item. It's just for clarity.
No problem, Speaker. No problem,
Thank
Speaker.
you. So you do not have an objection on the item?
No, not at all, Speaker.
Okay, thank you very much. I do not see any objections, so the recommendations carry for this item. Back to you, Deputy Mayor Jantjies.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. PD6 is on page 735 of the agenda, and the item concludes on 739 with the recommendations. As explained in the portfolio meeting, this is the walkway across the farm of Mr. Neville Hewlett, who has agreed for us to register a servitude in favor of the municipality so that we can continuously still use this walkway for the residents of Koga. So I table this item then to council today for approval for the registration of the servitude. Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I do not have speakers on this item. Do I have any objections on the recommendations? I don't see any objections. So Councillor Peterson, do you have any objections?
Speaker, I'm quite sure that I don't have an objection, but I would request that we perhaps engage Mrs. Hewlett. I don't know if she's Mrs. Hewlett or Miss Hewlett, because I met with her about that industrial area, and they have brilliant ideas of what they want to do with respect to the fishing village. I'm just putting it there, Speaker. I'm just putting it there. Meet with
Thank
her.
you. So you do not have any objections? Thank you. Any other people have objections? Okay, if I don't have objections, then this recommendation carry. Thank you. Deputy Mayor, over to you.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I'm on PD 12, that's on page 740. This is the review of our SDF 2020 for public participation on this document. Just to want to ensure that Council understands that this is not the local spatial development framework, this is the high-level one. And also to note that it is not the one that we are discussing previously with the land use scheme. This is just to review our SDF and not the specifics of actual all the amendments. Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I would like to table this to Council for review. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. My first speaker on this item is Councillor Peterson.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm actually covered by the item. I think perhaps the Chief Whip added me as a speaker because I represent in this portfolio. But you see, the nice thing, and this is what I want to bring to the Councillor Bowman and all these other portfolio councillors, to say that when you include us in the discussions, council meetings becomes easier. Have you noticed how we quickly went through all these items with no arguments?
Councillor Peterson, Councillor Ruth, what is your point of order?
32 relevant, Speaker. He's now telling you about how council should run and how much easier council is. It's got nothing to do with the SDF, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Peterson, can you continue on the item, please?
Thank you, Speaker. I think perhaps Councillor Ruth has a sweet spot where she feels she always needs to make sure that I take note of her. But having said
Point
that,
of order, point of order, Speaker.
it seems like
Point of order, Speaker. Councillor Peterson, hold on a second. Who? Councillor, who?
Councillor Heistek, Speaker.
Yes, Councillor Heistek, what's your point of order?
Speaker, relevance again. Just after he instructed Councillor Peterson to stay on the subject, he is elaborating about Councillor Sheena Roof and so forth and so forth. So please, can he stay on point, please? We can't sit here a whole day and listen to his brabble and not staying on point. Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Peterson, you've got 2 minutes to make your case on this item. Could you please continue?
Thank you, my honourable Speaker. It seems like the Councillor Heistek likes me also. But Speaker, as I said...
Hold on a second. What's your point of order? You already had a point of order, Councillor Ruth. So I cannot allow that one.
55, Speaker, for using foul language towards me. I have no interest in Councillor Peterson.
Councillor Ruth, you've already had a point of order.
I'm
so
asking for
going to-
protection, Speaker, from the
Unfortunately, I cannot-
insinuations
She's now
made
speaking
by
over you, Speaker.
Councillor Peterson. Councillor Peterson
She
continues
is
to speak.
speaking over you,
Ruth, I
Speaker.
cannot-
And continues to school you, Speaker.
She's speaking over you, Speaker.
Councillor Peterson, could you please finish and stay on point? Thank you.
Thank you, my speaker. As for the item itself, speaker, like I said, like the councillor Yankee said that it does not speak to ours specifically, so there's not much to elaborate on. It is purely an item that should be noted, and therefore we as the ANC constituency, as the ANC component, note the item and have no objection to the item. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. My next speaker on the item is Councillor Mbandano. Councillor Mbandano, you're the next speaker. Okay, then I'm moving to the next speaker, Councillor van der Linde. You also a speaker on the item?
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, on this, I had a nice conversation with Director Lawrence Ramakwela, and he explained a lot to me, and I understand it better now. And that we are on this spatial development program, we're still working on the old bylaws because we're waiting on comments on the new one. So, just to say again, Speaker, on and maybe it sounds silly, but if we go back to the recommendation, and I know I'm a councillor for many years, what is the processes? But if we look at the recommendation, it said that council will adopt the draft spatial development plan. Speaker, and that is worrying me. Because there we adopt. What do we adopt? So I want to put it again in 10.3 that after public comments, it must come back to council for final approval. There's a loophole in there, and we must cut that loopholes out. And then also again, Speaker, is my question, where is this documents going to be showed at, like directors pointed it out previously, is it at the same points and on the website and everything, that we can have a proper public comments on this and bring it back to portfolio and council. Thanks again, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor van der Linden. I'm going to give over to Director Ramakwela that can give us clarity on the process from here on and where it will be advertised. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I think in terms of public participation, it's more the same. The intention is to do workshops on all the bylaws that needs to be published for comments, to have a session where we speak on all of them. But in terms of where the general public can access the document, we will have links also. I think maybe I didn't mention that on social media, hard copies at all municipal offices. And we intend to have workshops. This is a much important document. I think we'll have extensive workshops. In terms of process, it's required that we advertise for at least 60 days in terms of SPLUMA. We will do that. Depending on the comments we receive, if there's a need, we will again go back to the public to say, listen, these are the comments we received. If any amendments are made, this were the amendments made. See if there are additional comments, we can do that for additional 30 days. And then come back now for it to be approved by council as per the added recommendation also. So we will have hard copies at all municipal offices, libraries, and social media, and as well as the website. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Director, for that clarity. Councillor van der Linde, is your questions answered?
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Do I have any objections, or could we accept the recommendations for this item to go out on public participation? Thank you. I don't see any objections. This motion carries. Deputy Mayor, your next item.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. PD 13,
it was prepared a request to Planning and Development, specifically the Land Use Department, to do an audit report on all land owned by the municipality. This is the report we're bringing now to council. This is the report that indicates all the details, and it's actually just for noting to council so that council is aware now of where we stand in terms of the land that we own. So I table this on page 886 to page 920 with the recommendations for noting to council. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. My first speaker is Councillor Mbandana. Councillor Mbandana. My next speaker is Councillor Peterson.
Speaker.
Yes, Councillor, I can hear you.
No, just wanted to make sure that I am audible. Speaker, this particular item is perhaps the only item where I differed with the audit report that was done, in the sense that I requested that the report should be extended to not only include municipal-owned land, but an audit be done with all the land in Coega. And that should also accompany a verification process where officials goes to every single property, especially your vacant properties and your agricultural properties, to go and make sure that all the owners, as per the system, are indeed the title holders, and that those that are the title holders are residing on the land or is renting it, so that we can have a clear understanding of all the land in Coega. And one of the things that came up was specifically, and I was, many people tried to interfere and intervene when I was making mention of the piece of land, agricultural land just outside Henkie, occupied by Mr. Klein, that was always occupied by him, but never a lease agreement was in existence. Now, if this happened all the years where people have been farming on land that does not belong to them and has been making money off the land, remember, public land belongs to the public, it belongs to the people. So any money or revenue generated from that piece of land should go to the people. Now, if there's no repercussions, if there's no actions being taken with respect to the land in question,
1 minute, Councillor.
with respect to the land in question, if there's no repercussions, then how are we going to make sure that the people benefit from the land?
Hold on a second, Councillor Peterson. Councillor Steeman, what is your point of order?
Yeah, it's on Rule 32, relevance 32.1. Councillor Peterson doesn't stick to his speech and constantly mentioning people's names. Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Peterson, you've got a minute left to ask your questions.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Speaker. If I'm not being interrupted so unnecessarily by unnecessary interruptions, it would be much easier to just bring the point across, because I'm saying that a land audit of all our land will avoid situations such as land being occupied and used by people and they exploiting the land, where that revenue that is supposed to be coming from the land should go to the people. And when I say to the people, it should come to Coega municipal coffers and be used and implemented in projects aimed at delivering a service. Roads can be gravelled with that money. Roads can be tarred with that money. Houses can be built. Even
Thank you,
we can
Councillor.
have
Your
our
time is
own
up.
programs. But if we don't use it optimally, Speaker, we are wasting unnecessary time and resources.
Thank you, Councillor. Your time is up. I'm going to move to the next speaker, Councillor van der Linde.
Thank you again, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, on page 890, my eye caught the first line there, Patensie Erf 223, Piggery Farmery. why does they have a 15-year lease? As legislature say, only 9 years, 11 months. So I want to know why there's a 15-year lease on that piece of property. And then I want to also know how many of this Irvins are given to the state agents for selling and marketing and selling it, what we did approve in council a couple of months ago. And then maybe it's a silly question, but I don't understand it. It says there's an Irvin number, but it's the property is marked not as not on zone map. So if I can get clarity, how does it work? There's an Irvin number, but it's not on the map. So how do we know where is that Irvin? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor van der Linde. That's the end of my speakers. Director Ramakawela, may I ask you to answer some of the questions that was brought up?
Thank you, Chair. I think the first one were more comments and an additional request, as I noted it, by Councillor Peterson on audit on private properties. I think that's an extensive exercise, maybe to council. If there's such a resolution that can be undertaken, and yeah, it will be a separate process from this. The request here was to audit municipal-owned properties. And so we did. And I think the other one was on a specific property, which I do not have the details now about a specific farm. I would rather, maybe if the councillor has got an inquiry, maybe he can send to the department in writing, and through the correct channels, that information can be provided to him. The question regarding the 15-year lease, I think as we're submitting here, this is just an audit report, a status quo of what we have. So I believe that resolution was taken in 2022, and I think indication is that the request came from province for that lease to be like that, and it was approved by council like that. The second issue was the issue of a zoning map. I think we can always do that, and I think it's a fair request to say, listen, we want to see this on a map. We can always circulate a map to all councillors with this information in terms of the location of all these properties as a separate exercise. Maybe without having to bring it to council, we can do that. Alternatively, we'll be bringing to council very soon, as I indicated, in terms of all these properties that we have, an alienation strategy in terms of how we want to deal with municipal properties, tying in with the LED strategy in terms of the land parcels we have. Maybe what we can include is a zoning map when we bring that item, just for council to be well informed in terms of the location of those properties. Chairperson, that's how I captured the question. I don't know if I answered all of them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director. Are there any questions of clarity? I don't see any questions of clarity. This item is for noting. Thank you very much. This is the end of planning. Mayor, over to you for 18.3, reports by the Chairman, Civils and Water.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I'd like to table the report for Civils and Water Services, and it will be handled by Councillor Foley. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Foley, you may proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I'm on page 922. The item deals with the request for Council's approval for the draft water conservation and water demand management strategy. It's a 5-year action plan that we just put in this report for Council's noting. Speaker, I just want to bring to Council's attention, this didn't serve at the Portfolio Committee, as explained in the background, that we received a letter from the Department of Water and Sanitation at the end of May, asking us to bring this to Council before the end of June. So that's just the reason why we couldn't follow the normal procedures. But Speaker, I think the item is quite clear in terms of what we are going to do and what is our needs. for water in all our areas, and also the plans for leakage control and for the metering improvements. Speaker, I am bringing this item to council just for approval. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Alexander, I cannot recognize you at this stage. You're not a speaker on my list. I'm going to give
Speaker,
over
the
to
mayor skip my item.
No, your item has not come. It's the
Speaker, can you hear
next-
me?
Yes, I can hear
The
you.
mayor
Your
skip
item,
my item, Speaker.
your item hasn't come across. It's the next one. So we haven't forgotten about you, Councillor. I'm going to proceed with speakers. Councillor Mbandana, you the speaker on this item.
Speaker, apologies. The mayor skipped my item. I'm just bringing under your attention.
Councillor Alexander, your item is 18.4. We are currently on 18.3, so we haven't gone to your item yet. So, Councillor Mbandana, you a speaker on 18.3.
Councillor Mbandana has absconded, Speaker. We must report him.
Councillor, I haven't recognized you. Okay, I do not have speakers then on this list. If the councillor is battling to unmute himself, do I have any objections on this item, or can council adopt the recommendations? Perfect. Then we adopt as with the recommendations. Thank you, council. Mayor, back to you for 18.4 reports by the chairperson, electromechanical services.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm tabling the reports for electromechanical services and be handled by Councillor Alexander. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Alexander, it's your turn now.
Speaker, apologies. I had it wrong with this connectivity. Let me just get to the item quickly.
Councillor,
Page,
you're breaking away, so you can start.
Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you clearly. Please proceed.
Item 2306, EMS 8, request for council permission to rezone portion 4 of Farm 346, Humansdorp Road, and the remainder of R499, Humansdorp, to permit renewable energy structures, agriculture, and authority uses. The recommendations is on page 944, 10.1 and 10.2 that hereby request council's approval. I table this item. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor. I do not have any speakers on this item. Do I have any objections on the recommendations put forward to us? Councillor Peterson, do you have an objection on the recommendations?
Yes, Speaker, I have a slight objection to the recommendation for the reason of Act 70 of 1970 prohibits the subdivision of agricultural land. Now that land is currently zoned as agriculture, and if we were to rezone it, it affords the opportunity for it to now be subdivided into different areas and different portions and different uses. Now this limits us as farmers when it comes to agricultural land. And so my question is, Speaker, is the objective
Thank you,
of the-
Councillor. 10 seconds to give a final to your objection.
Is the objective of the rezoning, I want it to be placed on the record, is the objective of the rezoning only to accommodate? Because if you want to put renewable energy, you don't need to rezone it. Otherwise, the wind turbines would not be standing on farms. Why do we need to rezone it in order to put the renewable energy sources on the land? That is my only question. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Okay, so Councillor Peterson, I have an objection, so we have to go for a vote on this one. Before we go to a vote, I would like to hear if Director Madat would like to comment.
Good afternoon, Speaker, councillors and colleagues. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, according to my knowledge, the process to rezone this property to remember this entire piece of property has now become a renewable energy hub, like we want to call it, where there will be different technology brought to this portion of property. So a condition of this project is to rezone this entire piece of property. And I think Council Director Ramakuela will assist me better with this. But part of the conditions was to rezone this property before we do go out to public for public participation. If I can maybe request Director Ramakuela to assist in this regard to further explain the process.
Thank you, Director Madat. I'm going to allow that Director Ramakuela just add to your comments.
Thank you, Chair. Maybe just to clarify the councillor, we cannot realize our proposal without rezoning. Because in terms of provision, both in the land use scheme and our bylaw, that is the only mechanism. So what we are rezoning to is special zone, which will allow for renewable energy and agriculture. It's a special zone to allow unique activities. So you can have split activities on a property. In terms of Act 70, it doesn't prohibit, it's just another approval, which, if applicable, that must be sought from our Department of Agriculture, and it's a standard thing on all the farms in terms of what we want to do, and it applies when you are subdividing. In this instance, I know that comments will be sought from the department, and if they want us to address anything, we will have to do so. But a rezoning is the only mechanism in this instance to achieve our goal, and it doesn't take away what is intended. Maybe just to clarify, the wind turbines also, it was a rezoning of footprints to accommodate those infrastructure. So I think the route we're taking is the legal route to achieve the desired outcome. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Director. Councillor Peterson, does that answer your question or on the objection, or do you want to remain with your objection?
Thank you, Speaker. Again, I have to echo and stress this, that I will never stand in the way of development unless the intentions, in Islam they speak of niyat, unless that intentions is incorrect. But if the intentions is purely for the benefit of the people, then I would not stand in it, because Director Ramakuela is satisfying me to a certain extent when he says that the rezoning, that the earmarking will accommodate agriculture still, then it shouldn't be a challenge. But if it is to completely rezone, to restructure the integrity of the piece of land, then it becomes a challenge to me as a person. But otherwise, I will withdraw the objection then to the item itself if the niyat remains integral. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. So I note that you retract your objection. Anybody else that's got objection, or are we all in favour to adopt the recommendations? Thank you, councillors. Then council adopts the recommendations. Then Mayor, back to you for 18.5 for the Chairman of Community Service and Safety Services.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to table the report for Community and Safety Services, and it will be handled by Alderman Benson. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Alderman Benson.
Thank you, Speaker. You will find the item on page 947 up to 1177, and it's about the integrated waste management plan for Sarah Baartman District Municipality and Kulga Municipality. The recommendation is on 949, and we asked the council to adopt it, and it must be submitted for endorsement by the MEC. I table this item. Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you, Alderman. My first and only speaker is Councillor Mbandana on this item. Councillor Mbandana is not audible. Could I ask, are there any objections on the recommendations, or can we adopt this item with the recommendations? Councillor Peterson, do you have an objection?
Yes, Speaker, I have an objection to adopt it as such because it does not refer to the Siakui River management of that specific waste that goes into there. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Administration, could you please prepare a poll because we have to vote on this one because we do have objections. Yes, please, administration, could you please launch the vote? Councillors, please vote in favour, not in favour, or abstain of the recommendations. Administration, please give me the numbers.
Okay, 16 in favour, 5 not in favour, and 0 abstentions.
Thank you. I have 16 in favour with the recommendations, 5 not in favour, and 0 abstain. So the motion carries. Thank you very much. Then I'm going to move over to our supplementary agenda. I have allowed this agenda because it's NERSA and it's quite urgent. Otherwise, I have to waste your time with another special council meeting. Mayor, over to you for EMS 11 reports on the electrical side.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to table this report and it will be handled by Councillor Alexander. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Alexander, over to you. Councillor Alexander.
Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Please proceed.
He must unmute him, Speaker.
Councillor, we're trying to unmute you, but you need to unmute yourself. Councillor Alexander, yes, I can see you. You're unmuted. You're welcome to proceed.
Yes, Speaker, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Sorry, Speaker, I'm battling here with connectivity and stuff. It's item 25. Approval of electricity. Are we on the...
Yes, Councillor, we're on the supplementary item.
Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Councillor.
Item number 2506 EMS 11, a report approval of electricity tariffs for the period 1st July 2025 to 30 June 2026. The introduction of the item, the purpose of this report is to seek Council's approval of the electricity tariffs and the tariffs approved by the National Energy Regulator of South Africa, NERSA, and the recommendations are on page number 9.
the council, by a resolution taken by the majority of its full number, and in terms of section 32 and 93(4) of the Local Government Municipal Structures Act 117 of 1998 as amended, read in conjunction with chapter 4 of the Local Government Municipal Finance Management Act 56 of 2003, approve the fees and charges in respect of electrical services as reflected in Annexure A with effect from 1st July 2025, and we seek council approval. I present this item. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Peterson, you are the first and only speaker on this item.
Thank you very much, Speaker. You will notice that I am indeed a speaker on this item because it is my people that will suffer the most with this increase of tariffs. Now I understand that NERSA increased of their tariffs, but I also understand that as a service provider, Kouga municipality sort of buys the electricity from the energy provider, and then they resell it with a markup to our people. Now it is to generate revenue. The revenue that's generated is to be used for the people. But now, currently, we're sitting with a situation where we have a very skewed budget, a very skewed application of the budget, where the budget is spent in your white areas and not in our areas. But when it comes to tariff increases, now I'm going to take it further and say that your tariff increases is felt the most by the poorest of the poor, because that same poor person, as much as I go and I pay 20 rand a loaf of bread, same does someone who only earns 100 rand pay 20 rand for a loaf of bread. So they feel the effects of inflation, they feel the effects of tariff increase, where I feel, and not just myself, but the ANC component feels that our people are suffering as much as they are already. As a municipality, there's no obligation on us.
1 minute left.
Thank you, Speaker. To increase the tariffs of the electricity that we provide to the people. We can cut a loss and say that we are not going to make, I'll make an example, not going to make 50 rand anymore, but we are fine with making 30 rand on this resale of electricity because we don't want the people to suffer. But when we follow suit with the national energy providers and service providers, and we follow suit in increasing tariffs, our people
over.
And for that reason, I cannot support this item, and the ANC completely dismisses the increase of tariffs. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Honourable Mayor.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I want to just remind Council that this municipality actioned the petition that we sent to NERSA. The residents of Kouga to stand with us in objecting against the exorbitant increases from NERSA. So if Councillor Peterson looks at the budget document that we approved last month, you would see that we are not actually making money on electricity. We're actually making a loss. And therefore, we need to approve things like the previous item that in terms of rezoning of the land in Humansdorp, where we are going to put our own energy solution there, the other energy solution in SSEG and the battery storage that we're rolling out and so forth. Big things that we have to take responsibility for us. Our residents cannot afford these increases that is forced on us by NERSA. So there's other municipalities currently taking NERSA to court over the fact that they can influence tariff increases in local municipalities. As local municipalities, we are independent organ of state. We're not national government. We're not provincial government. We're an independent government as a local government, and therefore no one can make decisions on our behalf, and therefore NERSA cannot enforce us to make any specific increases, and I'm busy looking into the legal case that other municipalities are going into against NERSA, and I will put it before council very soon to see if we join that court case against NERSA, because we cannot be forced into making tariff increases on our residents that cannot afford it. As I said, we are not making money on electricity. We're actually making a loss. If you look at our budget statements and so forth. And the more NERSA increases, the more we need to reduce what we make, and therefore our losses just gets bigger and bigger. That's on top of the fact that they've increased the peak hours. Eskom has increased peak hours, which has an additional burden on residents, and so forth and so forth. So there's so many different aspects to this, and while we cannot do anything about it, we have to accept it. This is we accept it with grudgingly as it is enforced on us, and I think we do need to take a stand against NERSA's increases. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Mayor. Director Medad, would you like to add to all the Mayor's comments and the questions?
Madam Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. I think the Mayor covered me comprehensively, but I just want to add the reason why this item came to council at this stage is because of the approval from NERSA. So NERSA is the only body in South Africa that approves electricity tariffs, and we equally aware of the high cost of electricity. And that's why we're embarking on these renewable projects to do our peak shaving, to reduce our cost to Eskom, and maybe in a few years' time, we can even come in below the tariff government, or not government, sorry, that NERSA allow Eskom to increase with. But that is all if we stick to the plan and we implement our long-term energy strategy to improve on our cost to serve the communities. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Director. Councillor Roof, you have a question of clarity?
Clarity, yes, to Councillor Peterson. He says that we make a profit on electricity. Can you please tell Council what percentage profit we make on the cost of supply?
Thank you, Councillor. I think the Mayor has helped us correct on that question, that we do not make a profit on it, and it's referred to the financial records. I don't see any other hands for questions of clarity. Yes, Councillor Peterson, what's your question of clarity?
Are we going to continue to allow the Councillor Shena Ruth to keep harassing me in council meetings? Because she's not just doing it in council meetings, she's starting to do it, and I'm putting this on record because I want
Point of order.
I'm going to use this recording.
Point of order.
Point of order.
Point of order,
Councillor
Speaker.
Van Niekerk, what is your point of order, Councillor Van Niekerk?
I'm going to use this recording, Speaker.
Councillor
Peterson, 32.1, the relevance. We are discussing an item. It's got nothing to do. There's nobody more abusive than this councillor. So please, can we stop this?
I am being.
Thank you, Councillor Van Niekerk. Councillor Peterson, please, you did not ask a question of clarity on the item.
She did not either. She asked a question of clarity on me, and I'm being arrested.
Councillor, I've asked her to, I've said to her that the Mayor has answered her on the question. So, could I ask the administration? Councillor Peterson, I'm not recognizing you. Please, administration, can we proceed to a vote, please?
Ah, got him.
Please, councillors, vote.
Speaker, I want to.
Unfortunately, Councillor Peterson, we're busy voting. Could the administration check if everybody's voted?
Yeah, it's not moving. So can I end?
Yes, you can end.
16 in favor, 5 not in favor, 0 abstention.
Thank you, administration. Just to confirm, 16 in favor, 5 not in favor, 0 abstain. So thank you, council. The motion carries and we vote these unfortunate tariffs in.
It can't be unfortunate when we put it on the
Councillor
people.
Peterson, I do not recognize you. We've come to the end of our open agenda. I would like to thank the public.